of Tuolumne. It is 9 o'clock, and the meeting is called to order. First item on the agenda, will our county clerk please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, next on our agenda is oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Mr. York.
Good morning. Cold morning, I might add, and an occasion for me to talk about our reminders about snow season. We do, Tuolumne County Roads Division, CRA Roads Division, does have a snow policy. It's on the county's website. And just a couple of brief reminders that road operations personnel can adequately handle most snowstorms above 4,000 feet, provided that low elevation problems such as downed trees and flooding are not problems. But the issues of dealing with snow, well, from our perspective, snow is a four-letter word. So the economic and personal constraints do not permit bare pavement, snow removal policy, ice control, and limited snow removal may be provided during the early morning hours as resources allow. When you look at the dynamics of snow, it's a matter of lane miles. If we have snow above 5,000, we have 56 lane miles. If the snow level comes down to 4,000, goes up to 212 lane miles. Drops down to 3,000, 356 lane miles. And if it drops down to 2,756, on those rare occasions where it drops down to what I call the banana belt, Jamestown, that lane mileage goes up to 900 lane miles. And so that's basically one half of a road and 1 mile length, and that each lane mile usually requires anywhere from 2 to 3 passes and as the snowplow is crowding back the snow of the traveled way. And the average speed of a snowplow is about 12 miles per hour, and attempts to shave the ice under freezing temperature circumstances have proven futile and have the effect of polishing the ice and making it even more slippery. So the main thing that as soon as we accumulate anywhere from 1 to 3 inches of snow on the roads, that's when we really go into action, and that 4 inches of snow on your deck doesn't always constitute the road, because the road, the pavement melts off a little quicker. And our priorities when dealing with snow plowing are those major collector roads and the arterials, number one, because they have the higher volumes, and then the minor collector roads, and then when you get down into the local subdivision roads and the cul-de-sac roads, that's kind of the lowest priority. And that's based on established policy for many years. Once snow removal operations have begun, the county will continue to plow snow and push it back to the shoulders until removal is completed in preparation of additional storms. Unfortunately, the necessity to continue to push the snow back to the shoulders of the road after the storm is over does create additional berms. So you always hear constituents complaining about, well, they came by and they plowed snow and they put a berm and I cleared the berm and then they came by again and there's more berms. So That's just part of that process of clearing snow. So I'm just asking that the public be patient, and we are clearing the snow, but as I said, the lower the snow level, the harder it is to keep up and do that. We do have a policy. During a storm, the main roads and the school bus routes have priority over other routes, and that's just pretty much common sense as we try to get a normal development for the protection of the public. Normal snow ice control operations are considered to be an 8-hour to 14-hour shift, and that we do have limited personnel, and as that snow level goes down, they get spread out a lot more. I think the West Division is probably the most spread out, because if they have to go to Jamestown and all the way up to into Twain Harte, they really do get spread out. So I want to show you a little thing. This is what you'll sometimes see during the snow season. It will appear on a vehicle, and what that does is it's notifying the property owners that they have a vehicle, a trailer, boat, or other basketball hoop that are blocking operations for snow clearing. So, and it's may prohibit our ability to get in there and do clearing on those routes. So if you get one of those, adhere it, because it benefits you and your neighbors to get that road cleared so that we can get in there and do that snow plowing operation. A lot of people call, want to know about their driveways to get them plowed. We do not clear private driveways. Generally, we refer them to other services that might be available for that purpose. We don't give out names, but we do check with the local service stations. Quite often they'll know the names of individuals that do provide that service for some of the older folks in Tuolumne County that can't get out and physically do it. So that was it. Just giving an update on snow plowing in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Susan Lipscomb, in-home supported services provider. I'm here this morning to thank you for getting me in touch with the program director. I'm hoping that this relationship will really help the program. The program director asked me to be in touch with as many providers as I could and pass the information on to them, and I have done that. And while doing that, a lot of the providers expressed the gratitude of making above minimum wage last year. And I hope that when we enter negotiations that you will take that into consideration, and the complicated health issues that we end up dealing with. And again, thank you for allowing that door to be opened, and that was you, Mr. Pedro, correct, that made that happen? The team, well, thank you again. It's such a valuable resource for me personally and is for the other providers. Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and District Supervisors. Connie O'Connor with my Tuolumne County Arts Alliance hat on first this morning. It's said often that, excuse me, it takes a village, and indeed, there is a village that's called Tuolumne County, and it's comprised of Tuolumne County schools and students and parents and organizations and businesses and service clubs and friends and extended families that make all kinds of things happen here in our county. And the reason I'm here this morning is to extend an invitation to all of you for this year's Poetry Out Loud competition. It's the county competition that will happen tonight at 6 o'clock at Sonora High School Auditorium. I have 150 of these that I'll be able to hand out tonight. I have one today, this morning, so you'll either have to come or I'll have to bring them later in the week. Some really great things happened last year that really and truly helped put Tuolumne County on the map. We have had the luck and the pleasure of sending to the state competition a Tuolumne County student and placing in the top 3 in the state for 3 or 4 years in a row. And last year we sent one student from Sonora out of 367,000 kids in the United States and nationally to the national conference, and that was Levi Lowe. And he did an outstanding job, and he's passed the torch on to another 10 or 11 that will be competing tonight. He's not here, so it's sort of opened the playing field for everybody else this year. He's in Milan going to school, and he'll be back next year. But I really and truly, on behalf of everyone who makes this happen every year, I want to extend that personal invitation to all of you for tonight. Tonight is also, I'm going to put on another little hat now. Tonight marks a special celebration and a whole nother level to Poetry Out Loud in Tuolumne County. As the newly installed president of the Board of Directors of Cable 8, tonight, for the very first time, Poetry Out Loud in Tuolumne County will be filmed. Copy of that film will go to the state California Arts Council, and the intent is that it will also become sort of a new programming opportunity for Cable 8. And this is just the beginning. A lot of us have come together with some renewed energy and have pledged to help the people that have been really and truly in the trenches at Cable 8 for a long time. So we're all excited about moving forward and doing some really super things. But Poetry Out Loud is a wonderful example of how we can bring what the arts are really doing in Tuolumne County to our resident population and visitors too. Thank you. I hope to see you tonight, and I'll have a program for everybody.
It is at 6 o'clock.
Yes, 6 o'clock at Sonora High School Auditorium, and there'll be 3 rounds. I think there are now 10. Unfortunately, John, I think the one student that was from Don Pedro is ill and had to drop out, but the remaining 10 will be there, and there'll be 3 rounds this year, and short intermission in between rounds 2 and 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lori Lascola. I am an IHSS provider, and I'm here today because I have 2 things I would like to discuss with you all. I make $10 an hour. I'm still poor. I want a raise. 75 cents in 6 months sounds okay, but I'm looking at $1 now. 50 cents in 6 months until we get to $15 an hour. That's how I see it. My second complaint is IHSS does not take out federal, state, or Social Security out of our checks. That should be a mandatory. Why? I'm poor, I can barely get by, and I have to pay federal and state taxes when they should mandatorily take it out, regardless of how many hours I work. It should be so. So I'm asking you all to please help me make this a permanent thing for all providers to have state, federal, and Social Security taken out. Because I don't like paying $1,000 or $2,000 when I have to pay income tax when I don't have the money. Thank you.
Any more public comment? Okay. Would the clerk please read our consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held January 19th, 2016, approving the reappointment of Leon Cassis Jr. to the Area 12 Agency on Aging and Advisory Council, and approving the appointment of Charlotte Haig to the Historic Preservation Review Commission.
Does any board member want to pull any agenda item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll ask for public comment on the consent calendar. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any comment or a motion.
Move approval.
Okay, I got a first by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Handbelt. I'll call the question. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously 5-0. And now item 4.
This is a presentation of county service awards to county employees from the Community Resources Agency and the Purchasing Department.
Ms. Shane.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Here with me is Duke York, Deputy CRA Director, and we are honored to recognize one of our employees, Kevin Curran, for 35 years of dedicated service to maintaining and improving the county's road system.
Just a few notes. Kevin graduated from Soquel High School, which I understand is over by the Bay Area. And Kevin started working for Tuolumne County Oh, there he is. Public Works Department in 1981 as a probationary CETA employee at the County Road Worker 1 level. At that time, John Walsh was the road commissioner, and Steve Zaley was our county administrative officer. Kevin had previously worked for the Tuolumne Sanitary District, and we're thankful that that we got to take him away from the Sanitary District. Kevin advanced to Road Worker 2 in July of 1983. His first 10 years were spent in the East Road Division, which is there in Tuolumne Road Yard. At that time, the road supervisor of that division was a fellow by the name of Bob McCulloch there in Tuolumne. And Kevin became a senior road worker in 1990 and relocated to the West Division, which is Jamestown. This is a great opportunity to get an understanding of the geography of our roads division. Kevin is an excellent equipment operator, is proficient on the following equipment: loader, backhoe, water truck, forklift, dump truck, grader, chipper, many other pieces of machinery. He has experienced years of snow plowing, culvert cleaning, tree falling, traffic control, pothole repairs, road paving, chip seals, improvements, sand seals, mud and rock slide cleanup, and the replacement of culverts. Like many of our road workers, he has worked in extreme heat and cold conditions with exposure to speeding vehicles, poison oak, rattlesnakes, wild animals, and insect bites. In 1996, Kevin left the Jamestown and began work in the Support Services Division, sometimes called Construction Services, at the Columbia Shop off of North Airport Road. In 2001, he was certified as a herbicide applicator and has been performing that service ever since in the lower elevations. That'd be kind of below Ponderosa Hills. In 2005, his job title was changed to Traffic Control Maintenance Technician. His duties include the stencil program, which covers the entire county and runs from spring to late summer every year. It's kind of like those guys you see who are painting the Golden Gate Bridge. You pretty much start at one end of the bridge, go to the other, and then start over and do it again. So he worked on our post-mile markers on over 205 miles of county roads delineating road signs, guardrails, and large cross culverts. His work schedule includes coordinating of the probationary work crews, which may mean different crew every day. He's very good with people. Kevin is very personable, outgoing, and resilient. And as an example of his resilience, he was doing some stencils in downtown Tuolumne one time on Pine Street. Stop me anytime, Kevin. And had an embarrassing equipment failure. His belt broke. But Kevin, being the resilient fella he is, picked up the pants and just kept on spraying. So he's really good. He enjoys playing guitar and attending concerts. He is also a motorcycle enthusiast and enjoys the fellowship with others. He is always doing his best to help others and is a great example of what it means to provide the gold standard of service.
Thank you very much.
I think that this would have been a shorter presentation if Duke had listed the things this guy is not qualified or capable of doing. But thank you very much. 35 years of services. You're welcome. Wonderful.
Can't wait to put in the next 35.
All right, I'd like to present to you Steve Sharon. He's our mail and purchasing assistant 2. You'll find him downstairs on the first floor of the administration building. Steve has been with us for 25 years downstairs. He was hired on February 6, 1991 as our stores and mail assistant. And some personal things about Steve. He loves cats. He also loves baseball. You'll go see his office. He loves baseball all over his walls. He especially loves the San Francisco Giants. He is a friend to every delivery man. He knows the UPS, the FedEx man, all the United States Postal Service employees, and he lets me know when they have subs. He knows them by name, and they know them well. He takes customer service seriously. When a department is short-staffed, he will deliver their mail to them, pick up their mail. He understands the importance of making sure the mail is delivered on time. I tried to calculate some statistics that I think Steve has participated in. He's ordered over 200 million sheets of copy printer paper for this county. He's also spent approximately $5 million in postage moving the important county's letters and packages. It's a man of money here. And he has outlasted over 5 mail machines. Yes. In fact, to honor his 25 years, you can go downstairs right now and see his old mail machine outside the mailroom and his new Pitney Bowes mail machine inside. So Steve is Mr. Consistent. He does not like to take time off. He wants to make sure the mail is done right, and he's always available if there are questions for the sub. And in a day when most of us are accustomed to receiving emails, that there's still something special and important about receiving that tangible package, that tangible piece of paper, and he makes sure this important service continues. He's been doing it for 25 years. Congratulations, Steve. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I finally found the guy that's responsible for filling up my in basket every day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for 25 wonderful years, and stick around for another 25.
You might be in a walker by then. Yes.
Well, hopefully not. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Item 5.
Consideration of approving an agreement with Hunt and Sons, Inc. for bulk fuel and lubrication delivery services, and W.H. Brashears for their card lock fueling.
Good morning. Dana Vaccarezza, Community Resources Agency Fiscal Officer. Back in 2011, the county went out for a request for proposal for our fuel agreements and issued an agreement for card lock fueling and also for bulk fuel and lubricant services to Brashears, W.H. Brashears Incorporated, for a term from February 15, 2012 to February 14th of 2014. In accordance with the terms of those initial agreements, there was an option to extend each agreement for 1 year, and there were 2 such extensions. The county exercised those extensions, and the agreements were scheduled to are scheduled to expire on February 14th of 2016. In December of 2015, with the contracts expiring, we issued another request for proposals for both our card lock fueling agreement and our bulk fuel agreement. We advertised the request for proposals in the Union Democrat newspaper. We posted it on the website for both the county and the Tuolumne County Transportation Council. And we also sent out direct mailings to the local fuel vendors in the area. Based on the request for proposals that were submitted, the county received 3 proposals for our bulk fuel agreement. The first one was from E.R. Vine and Sons. We received one for Hunt and Sons and one from W.H. Brashears. The county received only one proposal for the card lock fuel RFP. A review committee consisting of 5 members represented by the county administrator's office, the sheriff's office, our human services agency, our Tuolumne County Transportation Council, and our sheriff's office and fleet services divisions reviewed each of the proposals and ranked them accordingly. There was a rating scale that was based on a 100-point scale, and each of the reviewers were informed that the proposals are considered separate, meaning that the same proposer did not have to be the winning bid for each of the proposals. There could be separate bidders for each one. Based on the review committee's responses, Hunt and Sons was the highest ranked proposal for the bulk fuel agreement, and W.H. Brashears was ranked as the highest ranked proposal for the card lock fuel. The results of the review committee were submitted to the Community Resources Agency Director and were agreed to. Negotiations began with each of the ranked bidders, and the attached contracts are the results of those negotiations. Each of the subject agreements is for an initial 2-year term. There's an extension offered for an additional year, and there's 2 such extensions for each of the agreements. So at this time, it is recommended that your board award and approve 2 separate 2-year agreements to commence on February 15th of 2016 with Hunt and Sons for bulk fuel and lubricant delivery services in an amount not to exceed $1 million, and to W.H. Brashears for card lock fueling in an amount not to exceed $1,650,000, and authorize the Board of the Supervisors chairperson to sign the attached agreements.
Any questions from staff? Any public comment? Bring it back to the board for comment, and Supervisor Hanvelt.
I sent you an email, and I know you answered those, but for the public, I think it would be good to clarify. We spent $750,000 total in 2015. You said about 80% of that was for card lock fuel, which would be $600,000. And the rest was for the bulk fuel and lubrication, which would be only $150,000. Yet the request that you put in seems excessive on the surface. So I would like you to explain that. $150,000 for for bulk fuel and lubricant would be $300,000 over 2 years, yet you're asking for $1 million contract. I realize not to exceed, but that seems it's 3 times what we used in the same kind of period. And you ask for $1,650,000 when $1.2 million would be consistent with the amount of fuel we used in 2 years based on 2015. So why are we asking for so much?
Okay. We are asking for so much because the price of fuel fluctuates. It is not a stated amount, as we all know when we go to the gas pump. Traditionally, in this past year, fuel prices have been exceptionally low, which the anticipation is that they're not going to remain that low. I also looked at a 2-year period, and when I look at a 2-year period on our cardlock fueling agreement, we actually have spent $1.4 million, which puts it much more in line with the 1.6 that's being requested. In terms of our bulk fuel agreement, the bulk fuel agreement is what's providing fuel for our snowplows, as we were just hearing Mr. York talk about. And as we all know, we're in a drought situation to where our winters have been significantly milder in the past 3 years. So to try and base what our potential needs given a normal winter condition, $1 million going back over like a 5-year period was deemed to be a reasonable amount.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the board? Can I have a motion?
Second.
Okay. Supervisor Royce moved and Supervisor Gray seconded. Any other comments, questions? I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Is that unanimous? Okay. 5-0.
Thank you.
And number 6, please.
Consideration of increasing the allocated positions for the environmental health specialist from 4.75 to 5.0 full-time equivalent.
Good morning, Board. Ann Fremd, Human Resources and Risk Manager. Before you today is a request to increase the FTE count for environmental health specialists from 4.75 to 5.0. As you are aware, the Environmental Health Division has been severely impacted by drought, and you approved during the adopted budget a 1.0 grant-funded environmental health specialist who's handling that. That leaves 3.75 permanent FTEs as well as the director to handle the bulk of the work in the Environmental Health Division. There's a study attached to the board memo that shows 12,113 hours of work is necessary for this year, which is equivalent to 7.2 FTEs. Further impacting the workflow in the Environmental Health Division are 2 environmental health specialists that were out on long-term medical illnesses and another one who's anticipated to be out springtime for another extended duration. Unfortunately, there's not funding to request to fill all of the FTEs, but our request today would be to increase the 4.75 to a 5.0, which would basically one position that's a 0.75 would be increased to a 1.0 to help catch up on some of the work that has caused their dashboard to go red. The cost for this, for an annual cost, is $17,500 or almost $7,300 for the remainder of the fiscal year. So it's recommended that your board approve increasing the allocation from 4.75 full-time equivalents to 5.0.
Any questions of staff? Public comment? Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Hanvelt.
Question. We're not doing it for this year, we're doing it beyond. So this is, in fact, a budget change in your new plan. I just want to be clear that that's what we're doing. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any others?
Just a quick comment. I just wanted to thank the Environmental Health Division for their initiative through the drought process. I know that's led to some of the restraints on your department, and it's been really nice to have you guys take a leadership role in that. And so happy to help support you guys as we move forward.
Uh,
With that,
And I just want to add, with all of those added constraints, I continue to hear from the public that you guys are very professional and always courteous, and really appreciate the effort that you go to take care of what are some very extraordinary circumstances with the drought emergency.
move on recommendation.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Brennan. And before I call the question, I just also want to make a comment. Well, actually two. One, I want to add my thanks to the Environmental Health Department for all the very hard work that they've done through the drought, besides their everyday responsibilities. And I would make a comment that I think that we ought to be looking for some budget headroom to find us another one. That's just my opinion. And with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it passes unanimously. 5-0. Please read item 7.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to the drought conditions.
It's been so long since we've seen you.
No, you missed me. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and your OES Coordinator. So today we come before you to ask you to consider renewing the proclamation for the local state of emergency due to drought conditions. While we're having a good winter so far, we continue to experience issues related to our wells. So far, we did, you may have noticed when you read the memo that we did have a slowdown in our referrals that were coming in. In fact, they pretty much stopped for about a month. And then in January, we received an additional 4. And just speaking with our environmental health director, he says he's continued to receive a few each week since then in the month of January. So they are going out. They're still assessing. So far, we have, and it's in your memo, 238 wells that have gone dry with 11 springs. That's affecting over 346 homes. And altogether, we have 139 water deliveries that are taking place, and those happen either weekly or or biweekly, depending on the amount of water that is used by the families. So far, there has not been any word from the state that they plan on ending or terminating this program. Everyone knows that the water that we're receiving and little bit of snow that we've received, it's still not enough. People still need to conserve. We all need to be careful. We continue working with our water districts. They also are continuing to encourage the drought conservation, water conservation as we work through this. And so far, as we reported last time, we have been working or trying to work with the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources for a mainline water main extension in Jamestown. It's been a very slow process. It's a different pot of money, a different person handling this funding now. The other person moved on. We just sent this last week to Eric Lamoureux, and you guys are all familiar with Eric Lamoureux. He's our Inland Region Administrator for Cal OES, and he's now gone directly to the Director of the State Water Board to find out what's taking so long on this. Now, Supervisor Roder, you had asked me a couple of times to follow up with a plan in writing, and I haven't done that yet, but I'll give you an update on what we're doing as we move forward, and I will get that to you. I've just been pulled in another direction, haven't had time to write that up.
It doesn't need to be in writing. I just want to know that one exists.
We're absolutely looking forward, as we always do, and what we've been doing is our contractor, Jeff Mankey, has been working and sounding each of those wells, and he did just report to us that out in the Jamestown area there were a couple that were the deeper ones that had come up 10 feet, and then the more shallow ones were bubbling over. Now, what we're not sure is when this rain subsides and goes away, will that stay recharged or will that go away? The other issue is the quality of water, and I know Supervisor Gray, you sent me something about Tulare County. They're experiencing something similar. They have a way different issue with contamination, but as that water comes back up, no, it's murky, it's brown, and they had some areas where the arsenic was kind of high still within the levels, but we still need to monitor that. So we continue to monitor, do testing where we need to. But I will have a written report from our contractor, hopefully within the next couple of weeks. We have a meeting on February 22nd for our core planning team for drought. But that is what we are doing. The plan is to go out and sound every single well that is on our program, and then we'll go back again in about 6 weeks and do that and just continue to watch if those are recharging. If they're not, for some of those who have no other alternatives, what we'll have to do is work with them about maybe other alternative funding sources that might be able to help them for drilling wells. There are some who have no other option. And like in Jamestown, if we can't get that water main extension and those wells do not recharge permanently, or at least enough to sustain those households, we will have to look at ways to help those households have an alternative source if the governor were to stop this program. So far, I'm not hearing that. I think, we also continue to work with Terry Cox. You may remember through the Community Development Block Grant, they had some excess funds that were deobligated and reobligated for drought assistance. So essentially that could help offset some of these costs for the Water Board and Department of Water Resources. However, they had a little bit of glitch as they went through their process and it had to start over. Terry's working on that very proactively. And once that happens, that will help us. That will do two things: pay the water connection fee, and it will also pay for the private lateral, so taking the water from the connection from the main to the home. And those two together can be $15,000 to $20,000. So it's a significant assistance to our homeowners, and she continues to follow that through, and hopefully we'll have that, and we're hoping around April.
What's TUD's status on that mainline extension? Weren't they looking for some grant funding?
That's what we're working with the State Water Board and Department of Water Resources.
Okay.
They have done all of the I don't know what you call it, all of the projections. They've given the mapping. They've done all of the engineering work on paper. And they are supporting it. So that was one of the questions by State Water Board, is some type of business plan from Tuolumne Utilities District that they could support this. Well, it's very clear they feel they can support it if they're doing the work. And to expect another agency who has been doing everything at their own cost to continue to push through something that may not get funded is hard with where they're at. We all know that they've been struggling financially as well. So we're trying to work as efficiently as we can with all of our personnel that we have amongst all of our agencies.
Okay. Other questions of staff from the board?
So do we have a baseline number for what these wells were prior to the drought? I'm just wondering, because we know historically there have been some low-performing wells in the county, and
Well, good morning, Rob Kostlevy. We received our well sounders late in the summertime, and so we started sounding the wells at that point. So from, I believe, August till today, we have the current status of what the well was when it went dry.
When it went dry, so we don't necessarily have information as to what the production was prior to the drought.
Well, the production we could have.
Okay.
And that was, that is at the time of...
Well, on a static level.
The static level you can only get with when you sound it.
Yeah. Okay.
Rob, those aren't matter of record when the wells are originally drilled. I know rates are, but not the static level.
Well, typically the static level is indicated on the well, and also the rate of discharge from that well whether it's air purged or by other means. However, some of these wells are fairly old, and it was before the well completion report was required.
Anyone else? Public comment? Thank you, Rob. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments or a motion?
I'll move in favor of continuing this local state of emergency.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Supervisor Hanveld, seconded by Supervisor Gray. I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Passes 5-0. Clerk of the board, please read item 8.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C, due to pervasive tree mortality.
You're still up?
I'm still here. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and OES Coordinator. This item before you is similar to the previous one and asking you to consider renewing a proclamation for local state of emergency for tree mortality. This particular proclamation very similar to drought in that it's most likely going to be ongoing and over a period of months, if not years. So several things have taken place since the last time I came before you. We did hold on January 26th, we as staff held a meeting for applicants to come in. They were invited from the cemetery, fire protection, water sanitation, recreation, and City of Sonora to come in as per our tree mortality plan to lead them through the process of applying for CDAA, or the California Disaster Assistance Act. It was not well attended. We only had two individuals or agencies that came in, and that was Groveland Community Services District, of which I'd already driven up and spoke with John Sterling a little bit, and then City of Sonora. I did send out another email with some additional information and all of the forms and FAQs to the same group of individuals that had been invited. I know there are some that have called asking questions. We will have to reach out to them again personally to see if they're still experiencing those issues, and a couple of them are cemetery districts. We also, on January 11th, Supervisor Hanvelt, Supervisor Brennan, and myself attended this state tree mortality task force. There's another one on February 8th, and we're looking forward to going to that one on February 8th. We still have some unanswered questions. I did finally receive, several of you know that after the last board meeting, we did the contract for Sierra Resources Management later in that afternoon. There was a question from CDAA or a statement made that they did not have the go-ahead from Executive or Department of Finance to actually obligate funds for CDAA, which, as you can imagine, was quite frustrating for me since I had a letter from Cal OES telling us our application had been approved. So over a period of a week to 10 days, we provided information, answered questions. We had also had a meeting where the facilitator from the Tree Mortality Task Force, Glenn Barley, with CAL FIRE, came up with another individual and two Cal OES representatives. Together, we were able to discuss our own local issues, what's taken place, and what our needs were. And thankfully, on January 29th, I did receive the final go-ahead with that we may proceed with CDAA, and we are absolutely approved. And I do have that in an email and in writing, but the Director of Recovery did call me as well and relayed his apologies that this confusion took place and that we were approved. So that is good. So far, Tuolumne Utilities District is the only other district within our county that has done all the work, which is a series of papers and an application for them to apply, as well as their tree mortality plan. They have not been approved yet, so that will also be something that we will help to coordinate. The tree mortality core planning meeting took place on February 1st, in which Mike Albrecht, the Sierra Resources Management President, was able to sit there and participate and lead most of that meeting. We had representatives from PG&E, Caltrans, U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE. There's about 17 of us there. And Mike is able to begin trying to piece together what everyone is doing so that we can all work efficiently and coordinate our resources. We have set another one for February 23rd. We're trying to meet every 2 to 3 weeks until he is able to really begin putting projects together and find out what everyone else is doing. Example, we know that PG&E, they are estimating they will drop a total of 20,000 trees over this period of time through the next year. They've already dropped about 12,000. They anticipate another 8,000. That's approximately $20 million that PG&E is investing in our county to be able to remove those trees, and we're very thankful for that. But those trees remain on the ground, and so we're coordinating with them. How do we get those trees off of the ground? Caltrans is also planning to begin. Some of you may have seen it along Highway 108. They have a significant number of trees. Their process has been to take those trees, they limb them, they chip up what's left, but they will leave the logs on the side of the road. So far, that hasn't been a problem because they cut them up and people are going and taking it for firewood. But again, in coordination, we're going to be dropping a whole lot more trees. Is there a way we can coordinate resources to get those, make sure they're not in the right of way? So those are the types of things that we are working on. Then there was a question during the last meeting as well that came up by a member of the public about should the primary not the core planning team that we do with tree mortality, but the actual tree mortality task force. Is it subject to the Brown Act? And I know County Council's been working on that, so I'll defer to Sarah.
Sure. I did look at that issue, and I understand the task force was initially created by CAL FIRE. It includes public, private, and nonprofit staff members. Elected officials are not part of the task force, nor did this body or another public agency subject to the Brown Act create the task force. So it is not subject to the Brown Act.
Thank you.
Okay, with that said, I am happy to. Oh, one more thing. I'm sorry. RFQs. I wanted to discuss that very briefly. We have two RFQs that are out. One is for registered professional foresters. Oh, I'm sorry. Request for qualifications. Thank you. There are two of those that have been put out so far by our office. The request for qualifications for registered professional foresters and arborists. Those are the two individuals that Cal OES has designated as being able to actually identify and mark the trees for removal. They are the only certified professionals that may do that. This is an RFQ is simply what it says. It is not a contract. It is just asking for qualifications. Both of these. The other one is for licensed timber operators or tree removal or tree service companies, which their license is called a D49. Both of these RFQs, again, are for qualifications. We're not looking at contracts yet. We're just looking at what is our pool that we have out there of individuals willing and able to participate. There are many questions have come in, and as those questions come in, if they read through the RFQ, some of them are in there, but we're happy to answer them in writing. And when they do that, they go to Ethan Billigmeyer in our office. He has created an FAQ that every time the question is asked, he writes it out, and then he does the answer, and we post them on the website so that other individuals, as they're asking and looking, they'll have those questions answered for them. So the one for the arborists and foresters closes this Friday. However, the one for the tree removal companies and the licensed timber operators, that one remains open so that as we move through this over a period of 1 to 2 years, others may be able to submit. And again, we're asking for your licensure and or insurance so we know that you are qualified and able to participate and do this type of work. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, you have a
Supervisor
question. Tracy, I sent you an email, I don't remember what day it was, but with some specific questions about where the product is going. Did you have an opportunity to discuss those questions at the task force meeting?
The core planning team meeting, you mean locally, correct?
Yeah.
I did see your email, and I forwarded that also to Mike so we could discuss. We have not discussed yet, but right now, as we talked about during the last board meeting, is looking at the three mills or companies that take this product. So we have SPI, we have American Wood Fibers, and we have Ultra Power. Those are what we're looking at right now. Also looking at chipping, curtain burners, and making wood available for people who need it for firewood. But we don't have any specific, as Mike has not created these, to get an idea of how much do we truly have. And so I can't answer your question exactly, but we do plan, part of that last budget action that your board approved was to begin working with the owner of the property adjacent to Ultra Power and lease that piece of property to begin creating a wood yard of sorts. So that will be a place where even if we needed to sort, we could, but Ultra Power would come out and they are incurring the cost to chip that wood and take it back in and use it for power. But right now, and he also just met with, he was meeting, I think it was yesterday, with an individual, a Chinese exporter, who's looking at saying he could take about 50 million board feet. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's something, and it could be available if we don't use all of it. It could be available for other counties or for private individuals also to get that wood off of their property.
The question is, what will they pay for the product?
Many of these are not paying for the product. And I don't know the answer for the Chinese exporter. Mike, like I said, was just meeting, was going to report back, so I have not heard that answer.
Is one of the issues on the email that I sent you had to do with the private individual trying to get the trees off his property. Very costly, and if the mills and the Ultra Power is flooded with the free product, it does not give the private individual an opportunity to recoup any of his costs. So something we need to look at it.
I just forwarded an email to Tracy and Mike from an LTO who basically said if it's blue stained, there's no way on God's green earth it pays for itself. The cost of just cutting and loading the timber and then hauling it, they can't pay for it because they're only paying $200.
I totally understand, but if you have, use the chip plant as an example. If you can take trees to the chip plant, they were paying a couple $100 a ton for those logs, and now there's no market there. So it really puts the private person in a real bind that we really need to look at it.
Yeah, and I would echo those comments, Supervisor Gray. I've had some LTOs reach out to me with that very issue, and I know we heard it at our last meeting. What happens to private property owners that maybe had some minimal receipts that helped with the transportation of getting this wood off, and right now those markets are in anticipation of a real glut of free material, not even giving any quotes. So that's an issue that the task force needs to look at and work out.
Okay. I did discuss that with Mike yesterday, what you brought up, and it's a legitimate concern. I will get back to you with that. I know what I'm hearing locally is whether it was us or they're taking wood from the fire that happened. It's going to be flooded anyways, but I don't know if we can help in any way to make that better. If we can, we will. We'll get our heads together and figure out what we can do.
Just so we look at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for comments and a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Handbelt. I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Okay, passes unanimously. Clerk of the board, item 9, please.
Consideration of approving the suspension of standard county procurement procedures pursuant to the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code Section 2.40.060B with respect to professional service agreement with Sierra Resource Management, Inc.
You're still here?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. This item before your board approved a contract with Sierra Resources Management on January 19th. When we brought that item before your board, I had included language from the executive order that was very clear in contracts with state contracting requirements, not so clear on how that affected local contracting requirements. So what we wanted to do was bring this back under our own ordinance, which we had attached to the memo. The board chair, and the board are able to, when we are in a state of emergency, to suspend our local procurement procedures. And so what I should have done was included that language originally, and so we're bringing it back before you, so that asking you to suspend enact that ordinance and suspend the standard procurement methods, procedures, and that would allow us to sole source. And I should have used that language in tandem with what was in the executive order, and I did not include that.
And just to be really clear, we're just talking about with respect to the Sierra Resource Management contract, not anything else that comes out of this.
Okay. Questions from the board? Public comment? Comments from the board or a motion? Anybody?
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion from Supervisor Brennan, second from Supervisor Gray. Any other comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Riggs. And will the clerk read item 10?
This is a presentation and report on the January 28th through 29th, 2016 Board of the Supervisors Planning Retreat.
Okay. Before we get started, I think I probably speak for everybody, but I really want to thank the staff for the time and the effort that they put into this. It was extremely valuable for the board, and with that, I will let Mr. Pedro take it away.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, some recall the first time we did a retreat in recent times was about 4 years ago. And it was last year that your board said this is such an important thing to do that we were going to start a new tradition of having retreats every year. So last year's retreat was the first in what I'll call a series of what's going to become now annual retreats. And the one that we just went to last week was number 2 in that series. And like with the first retreat, it was facilitated by Bill Chiat with the Alta Mesa Group. He also serves as the Dean of Instruction with the CSAC Institute for Excellence. And he's good at what he does. And actually, a member of the public actually complimented him during the course of the retreat. I'm going to try and squeeze in about 10 minutes or so, what was a day and a half of work. Just to try and hit some of the high points, and it's just an effort for folks who were not there, and we did not have a lot of folks attend. Just give them an idea, what were we doing, up at Old Oak Ranch. So on Thursday, we started in the morning with primarily the Board of Supervisors, County Council, and myself, and the board did a little introspective. Took some time to take an introspective look at the strengths of the board's governance and your ability to work as a team. Just some of the highlights. Your board mentioned the diversity of expertise represented by all the members of the board and the tight relationships that you have with one another, and for the most part shared values and goals. Maybe some slight differences in how things would get done, but how you pretty much share common views and vision of the county. Talking about some of those strengths, you also spoke about some of the things that the board's been able to achieve by how you've moved together and trying to make a difference not only here within our borders, but also at the federal and state level. And there are several examples of how that has borne fruit. With some of the grants that we've had, changes in relationship with the Forest Service and other things like that. Just some things are also mentioned as you could do, you could peak in your performance with the assistance of staff and making sure that we're always providing you the best of information, alternatives, for your actions, so that you can make the decisions that you make as well informed as we could possibly help do so from a staff perspective. You also had discussion, and frankly, I would do this with charts, but there's too many charts than we have walls, so I'm just kind of summarizing some of this. Opportunities that you looked at also is you're asking yourselves, how can you make the best use of your time and your influence? And that was another deep discussion, and I'll actually touch on that at the very end, because you kind of came back at the very end of the retreat and hit on some of those things. But you have finite time, finite resources yourself. How do you best utilize that time? And some opportunities that were mentioned also was making more of our relationship with some of our other governmental partners, such as the city, and also as staff turns over, that we be very purposeful in those that we select in those positions, and that we can be help keep us moving in a common direction, the direction that your board has set forth for the county. So what I'm going to do is step away, and our handheld mic is not working, so I'm going to use a lapel mic that I'm going to hold because you can hear better, but try to hit some of the other high points from the retreat. There we go. Never step underneath a mic with a speaker right there. We did take a lot of time to talk about achievements. After the piece with just the board and then some of what I just shared, but then the department heads gathered together, and we had a time to talk about some of the emerging trends, some of the issues that they saw coming up, and then to talk about some of the achievements in county government. And there's 4 charts up here, and it's just as we all recognized during the presentations. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the things that the board and the staff have accomplished in this past year. So I'm going to hit some of these, and I'm sorry for the feedback. This is what we had to deal with this morning. But some of the highlights include that we started the construction of our juvenile facility. Again, a long sought-after goal of the board, and exciting to see that moving up. In our elections division, they're very proud of being able to get up on a new statewide election database before the deadlines. We've been able to move on to online permit processing through your CRA department, and that was an announcement that had just been implemented, I think the day before the retreat. There's a bunch of new information that's been available using technology through your assessor's office, value notices of people's property that's available online, tax roll that's been cleaned up. You were able to hire a new health officer last year, and that's really critical because we all know how valuable that position is and how hard it was to replace someone like Todd Stolp. But Dr. Ortiz is doing a great job. The successful recruitment of a very important position. We've been able to increase the number of foster homes in our community. Of course, we've talked about things like the drought response has been up front and center for over a year and a half. We've been able to complete the classification compensation study, one of the primary goals from last year's retreat. We talked about a homeless encampment that was particularly troublesome that was able to be cleaned up with a multi-party team effort. Very important, we were able to fund year-round staffing of the Jamestown Fire Station, something that's been an important goal of the board, and we were able to fit that into our ongoing budget after trying to make that happen through grants alone. So we've been able to make that transition. Key pickup in our fire department's coverage capabilities. We've been able to add through your board's allocation of resources after our animal control services. We've been able to pick up a couple very important positions in for our ag and animal control areas, a deputy ag commissioner, and also a shelter supervisor position that are critical for succession planning moving forward. A big team effort statewide. We're able to turn back a grazing action plan effort that could have severely hampered grazing operations throughout the state. We've been able to develop agreements with the court for the first time on the storage of their archival materials in our Carlo De Ferrari archive facility. $4.5 million in grants for housing that your board authorized staff to submit. We're able to secure this year. Another $16.3 million in grants for a variety of road projects. And I've got to say, in my time with the county, that the engineering unit that we have right now is really doing a heck of a job and really cranking out those grant applications, and really are in a great mode of getting projects done. But $16.3 million in grants for road projects. The money for the new jail, again, big team effort on that. 2 grants. SB 1022, $20 million, AB 900, $13 million, $33 million total in grant to move that forward, and that was a pledge to the public. We would not move forward with that project until we had a means to finance it, and we were going to do our best to do that using state dollars, and we've essentially achieved that with that. Some VASH vouchers. This is money that could help with housing assistance for veterans, and it was going to be used elsewhere. But with attention by staff and support from your board, those vouchers were able to be secured for use here in the county. Again, continued fire safe activities, proactive work by Fire Safe Council and your fire department to firm up our defenses. Again, that work was very evident when we had the fire on Big Hill this last year. If that work had not been done, we could have had a real disaster on our hands there. Up at the top here, I'm going to stay back. $70 million NDRC, Natural Disaster Resiliency Competition. After all that work, $117 million application went in. With $70 million grant has been received. But as I stand here, I still don't have the breakdown of exactly how that's going to be used. But it's going to be used in 3 packages for healthy forest and watershed projects, for a biomass to energy and wood product facility. And we know for sure at least one community resilience center But stay tuned. As soon as we have the breakdown, we'll share that with the world. We've been making progress on some of our enterprise IT systems. Very important, a goal from last year, and you'll see a repeat of that coming up soon. We were able to replace our records manager for our archive facility. Very important. We've only had one of those in that facility's history, Charlie Dyer, and was able to pick up someone with 27 years of experience to follow in his footsteps. That was a great recruitment. Council's been able to secure assistance with expert water counsel to address priorities of your board. Working together, a big team was able to turn back some litigation that could have slowed down our response to the rim fire. The general plan is moving forward. The draft DIR is out with a comment deadline this Friday. Another priority of your board is establishing, for the first time in many years, a master plan for your Columbia Airport, and that is in motion officially now. There's been improvements in some of our fire response plans. Our elections officer, Deb Batista, is very proud of the first candidate nights that she was able to put together. Several public works projects, work crews that the sheriff's been able to put together, male and female, to get people working, doing something constructive for the public as they are hopefully rehabilitating in association with our county jail. There's an MOU that was put in place with the city of Sonora and our probation work crews, again working as a team. Created two new lieutenants that your board was able to fund to help the sheriff with administration of his world. That also helped to fund improvements to the dispatch center down at the sheriff's office. Again, more grants for the canine program, fire insurance work program that your board approved that has resulted in people being able to get insurance where they couldn't before, or at least at a lower cost. And we're hopeful that we will see an improved ISO rating for your fire department out of that. Extension of broadband through TC Connect and other activities, grants for the archive through the Sonora Area Foundation. And I think by the time we're getting down to the end of this thing, I think it was the chairman, you want to just chime in what you pointed out?
Well, starting with rimfire and going through probably about 2019, 2020, whenever we complete all these projects, this board, and with the very able help of our staff, and lion's share of the work has been done by the staff, not the board. We probably will have brought in over $250 million in additional revenue from state and federal sources in that period of time. I just added up the ones that you were mentioning, and I came up with 194, and that doesn't include a lot of the drought relief money, and it doesn't include a lot of the rimfire relief money. So it's been a huge effort, but $250 million for a, what did you tell us, $60 million general fund county, I think is huge, and I think the staff ought to be justifiably proud for all of their work on that.
Yeah. And 3 states of emergency.
And 3 states of emergency.
Right.
And we're still getting the day-to-day work done. So.
Overachievers.
Yeah.
Well, just to finish it, the sheriff had mentioned how he's been moving more into the world of Facebook and utilizing that. He mentioned he had over 30,000 hits, there. Economic development continues to make advancements. The Innovation Lab in particular was mentioned, and again, improvements in our transportation areas as well. So this is just the tip of the iceberg, but it was a great time to celebrate some of the good work that's been done. But again, it's only the tip of the iceberg. I'm going to try to get on the other side. Then we have emerging trends, and I'm not going to take the time to go through all of this, but there's some hugely important things that are not just Tuolumne County things, but they're statewide things, they're nationwide issues. I'll just touch on some, such as the aging population that we're seeing, trust factors, with law enforcement, the concerns that we've talked about in our forest and healthy forest practices is not just a Tuolumne County thing. It's an issue nationwide. The state water issues that are happening, healthcare costs, the Affordable Care Act, the impacts of that. I got my own statement actually yesterday that I got to turn in to show that I've got insurance. It's like those things that have been discussed. They're starting to happen, and we're seeing it. Lack of health care providers. It's not just a Tuolumne County issue. I'm not saying any secrets here that we've got a shortage of providers here through no fault of anyone. There's just a shortage, and that's an issue for a lot of people. Substance abuse increasing. The marijuana issue is not going to go away. It's a statewide, again, issue. Your board's going to be talking about that this afternoon. Homeless. I think what Supervisor Royce mentioned, how we're connected like never before in the global economy. We don't control our own destiny so much, locally, because we're tied in with state, national, and global, factors. Doesn't mean we don't have influence, but there's things that are beyond our control to some degree. But this is a lot of stuff, and your departments are working on it and aware of it, and I know your board is very active in staying abreast of these things, and it's a whole level of activity that we don't talk a whole lot about, but it's really important to see what's coming, and we stay on board of these things, on top of these things. And we got to a segment of the meeting to talk about what are the top priority things that we should be working on right now. We did this in tandem with all the department heads and board together. You saw a chart like this last year. I'll just point out a couple of the top things, and then from this activity, and then what your board summarized as what you felt were your priorities the following day. The very top is our IT systems that just need to see more investment in there to deal with things such as our phone systems, our tax property tax system, our finance system of the county, and then also needs within all of the law and justice department areas. That was a uniform. What was you call it a primal?
Primal scream.
A primal scream, for investment, there, dealing with our compensation studies and a number of other things. And I don't want to diminish this, but I'm going to get to the punchline just looking at the time. The next day, your board talked about a lot of these and came your priorities. And I'm summarizing. Again, I ran out of chart space, so I just took the big titles. But your board said, not in any particular order, I don't believe, that the IT systems, truly were important, and I'm supposed to be back here before your board in March with a plan of, with alternatives of how we're going to address, that investment, those high priority issues. Compensation study, how do we implement it? And we talked about a variety of potential strategies and whatnot, but that was very important for all the reasons that it showed up here as well. We need to keep moving forward on our Law and Justice Center and our existing county facilities, and in facilities also meant roads, which ties into one of the big emerging issues was funding issues related to roads. Again, it's not Tuolumne County that's driving that. It's a statewide, nationwide issue for road funding. The title was environmental issues, so I put a couple bullets here so people knew what we were talking about, environmental issues. Of course, we've got the drought, tree mortality, and water. I'm just picking out three of the big ones that were mentioned in the segment, that this was really important that we stay abreast of these things. Business planning, economic development, again, a lot was said, but to give people an idea of what we were talking about, we want to look at our fees and look at our processes. Of course, the general plan is critically important, and want to make sure that key document reflects the priorities and direction the board wants. And that's in process right now. And then we talked about vulnerable populations. And what did we say in vulnerable populations? We mentioned seniors, we mentioned the homeless, and we mentioned those with mental illness. And you can see overlap in all those groups as well, so that when we were talking about vulnerable populations, those were the three that we discussed. And we needed to look at the resources necessary to address those needs. And then there was discussion about how do we measure those, how do we measure our achievement here, what do we get for our inputs, how does that relate to outcomes. So these were the top priorities of the things that were discussed. And then tying back into how we started the retreat, and your board was trying to think beyond these kinds of priorities, how do you guys best move forward, what are the things that you see needing to do, and how do you manage your time, because there's a finite amount of time, and that's looking at reviewing your board committees, possibly consolidating and maybe changing the composition, at these things. There is still agreement we need to stay engaged at the regional, state, and federal levels. We also want to keep engaged here locally with your constituents and your district, issues, but not at the, it's not one or the other. It's really kind of a both, and everyone needs to figure out that balance. Easier said than done, but one of the most important impacts you guys can have, aside from focusing on your constituent needs, is looking at those state, federal, and regional issues and relationships. That's where a lot of the solutions to our problems lie. This is just talking about the importance of regional relationships and also internal to Tuolumne County relationships with the school districts, with the utility districts, with the city, making sure we maintain good, strong relationships there, and then working to better communicate the accomplishments to the community, finding new vehicles to get information out, and what kind of staff support can we provide you, to help you get that word out and respond, to the needs of your constituents that you do relay, to us. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just going to wrap up and saying, did it die? Is it on?
Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, the thing was so loud in my ears. Probably was for everybody else. But something else, as you wrap things up, there was a really important discussion also on vision of the community. I don't want to sell that short. And I just want to read the vision statement of the county. Tuolumne County is a place where all citizens enjoy opportunities to thrive in a safe, healthy, and productive community. And that doesn't say that county government is leading the way and dictating people, how they live their lives. We're to provide opportunity in a healthy environment for people to live their lives and have opportunity, not a guarantee, to thrive and to do the best that we can. And we talked a lot about the culture, there, that we don't want to require more than what the state or federal government requires us to do. Exercise common sense as we work with your constituents and all the people that we serve, through that, and to always be cognizant, of that as we move forward. So again, that's a lot of really good stuff was said there, but I don't want to short shrift that. That was important because that's the vision of our community. And with that, I think it was a very productive time. I know it was, for me, it was always helpful to hear with clarity, what your board wants us to achieve at your direction and on behalf of your constituents. And I think I'll just stop there.
Thank you. And I'll start down at the far left. Supervisor Gray, you got any comments?
Yeah, it's this is the third one for me, and I think this was the best one. If they get better as we go, we get more refined on the process. I think the ability to have staff there and open up and really talk about the things that we are doing, things that we completed, and where we're going. It's something that needs to be done. So I'm totally happy with the outcome. I think, if we can get those board priorities done, we've done some major work.
Supervisor Royce. Supervisor Handbelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is just an invaluable use of our time. We spend our time fighting these crises that we've been in for the last several years. It's good to take time, take stock of where we are, what we've accomplished, and to have an interaction with staff to figure out where we can most effectively move forward together. So this was the best we've had by far, in my view, and I feel like we could have spent a little more time, but with the staff. But I think it was very valuable, and I'd like to comment that we didn't have a lot of community public participation, but we got some very positive comments from the public, from someone who told me that they were not in favor of this, thought it was a waste of time, and after being there said, "Oh, this was well worthwhile." So I think we convinced her, and that's a good thing. So I want to thank the staff, myself, and Mr. Pedro for putting that together. And I'm sorry Mr. Shayad isn't here, but he did a great job.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I echo all those comments. I would just like to spend a minute talking about the achievements because I think we spend so much time out of necessity talking about all of the work we're doing with regards to the different emergency declarations, that while there may be some reports about the achievements, it's really understated. And county staff, under the direction of this board, has had some major accomplishments. Some of those have been highlighted, but I think a number of them, we talk about the airport plan. If you're not intimately familiar working with the airports, then you might not be paying attention, and yet that plan is going to provide some economic activity for the county when, more folks can fly in and go and recreate in the county, eat downtown, maybe spend the night. And so, again, a lot of these projects that have been accomplished or in the process of being accomplished are going to have a lot of implication to the county in different areas outside of just what the specific activity is. And so I'd like to see some way for, on our website, to really start maybe highlighting some of these projects for the public so that they can see what county staff is doing. And lastly, just really want to say thank you to staff. It was a very worthwhile retreat. I appreciated all of the input, but it's not just, I'm not saying thank you to just the staff that attended, but the entire staff that worked so hard on behalf of the constituents of Tuolumne County.
Okay, before I make my comments, are there any public comment? Okay. From my perspective, this retreat is the most important activity for this board that we do every year. It's the one opportunity that we have to be able to communicate directly with and listen to and hear from our department heads that are running the day-to-day business of the county. I think the list of achievements it's incredible when you consider that those achievements have all been accomplished while we're dealing with two simultaneous states of emergency. It just speaks volumes about the work ethic of everybody that works in this county. And I personally appreciate that a very great deal. It's important that we continue to work with our state and federal legislators, the governor's office, the executive branch of the federal government agencies. It's by doing that we get and coordinate continuing to receive state and federal funding that during these emergencies in particular, but even absent emergencies, a county is very dependent on that state and federal money. And the level of which we've been very successful, that doesn't happen by attending one meeting or two meetings. That happens with ongoing personal relationships that take effort at least every week and sometimes on a daily basis. It's also important that we are available for our constituents, and that came out loud and clear. But all of that effort does draw resources, and a good example is our environmental health department and the fact that they've been pretty stretched during the drought, in particular working the well failure issue. It's a measure of their dedication and hard work that they can continue to provide public services in such a stressful period. And again, I just want to say thank you to the staff. As Supervisor Brennan said, we certainly, I characterize it as we can kick the door down for you, but it's the staff that's got to run through the door and do the really hard work that gets us the successes that we do. And I want to tell you, the county, everyone listening out there, ought to be very, very proud of their county staff. I know everybody sitting up here on the dais is. And with that, we'll just close this discussion. There is no action. And if we could have clerk read item 11, please.
30.
We'll ask Supervisor Hanvelt to be uncommonly brief.
Okay, 11 is report on the Rural Counties Representative California meeting of January 20th, 2016.
I was
Uncommonly
joking.
brief,
Take
okay.
take as much time as you want.
I am our delegate to the regional or the rural county representatives of California RC, and I personally believe that's probably the best investment we make in terms of a membership because they carry rural values. Was at a meeting recently where San Luis Obispo County rejoined RCRC after a hiatus of I don't know how many years. But they rejoined RCRC because they saw the value in that. Unanimous vote of their board. That makes 35 counties members of RCRC out of 58. In the opening part of that meeting, they established their new plan for the year. Chairman Villegas asked me to serve as vice chair of Golden State Finance Authority, which is their financial arm that actually pays most of the bills, and our dues pay very little. And I was also elected as the Region 4 delegate to the Executive Committee. So some of the things that came out of there, more and more counties are passing declarations of emergency and wanting to get on the governor's task force tree mortality. We can talk more about that in reports, but I believe Placer, Amador, and Calaveras have all done it. I'm not sure. I think there may be more. Anyway, that was some discussion. Mariposa County, these are county concerns. Mariposa County Supervisor Can made a comment, and I know we've had discussions about this, looking for a workable employee rewards program, recognizing employees for good performance. Mariposa and Supervisor Can and I have been talking about this for some time, so RCRC will probably pick up the rural county fairs issue again with the governor's office and other places. Modoc County lost their fair due to financial reasons, and there are others that are on the verge of going the way of the dinosaurs. Mariposa County commented that they have 1 year of reserves left to support their fair, and they're concerned about that. Imperial County is pushing for a need for biomass and geothermal legislation to support those as viable energy resources and needing biomass to deal with waste products. And of course, we believe in the tree mortality and forest management. We need it too. I don't have any details, but there's talk of a February 17th workshop, which isn't very far away. Mendocino County and all the rural counties agree with them pushing on a better broadband policy to support rural counties' communications, safety, etc. MODOC, this is just interesting thing to report, they have a coordination agreement with BLM, who controls most of their land. They're dealing with wild horses in Modoc County, and that's a problem apparently. Madera County, who's part of the tree mortality thing, was talking about excess water and how we catch that, and they were trying to get consistent policies on water management for the environment. Anyway, so that is an issue that will be discussed in one of the committees. Here's one that comes near and dear to our hearts. Amador County was complaining that Caltrans and the state wants to take Highway 16 off the interregional routes, which is simply a way of transferring maintenance responsibility to Amador County for their portion of Highway 16. It is a major route because some of us, when we go to Sacramento, take that route. And for our Wildlife Natural Resources Committee, Humboldt County is concerned about the resignation of Jim Kellogg from the Fish and Wildlife Commission. because, as he put it, he was the only rural county advocate, and that the suburban counties don't understand fish and wildlife. But he's the last of the rural counties. There were a lot of budget discussions during the course of the meeting and with the governor, and I want to just make a comment. I want to thank Darren Grossi. He sent me something that I didn't know, and I think we all should know. He sent me a note saying that the cap and trade, when it first was proposed, the county estimated 3.1 to 3.6 million would be generated by Tuolumne County motorists through increased fuel costs. We saw those take place last year. And he says, we lobbied to have a rural apportionment to implement the county's carbon emissions reduction plan to meet the AB 32 mandates. Well, we supply $3+ million, and in the low carbon transit program, we got back from the state $55,000. It's an equity issue. I brought that up. There was some talk about that, and the comment was the governor allocated that money. It's hard to go after it now because the budget's been proposed, but I told him, I said, it hasn't been approved. It's time to go after it. So that will be a high issue. All the rural counties identify with that. Most of them didn't realize it was how much the inequity was. There is some fair money in the budget, but it's unclear exactly what it's for. There is a lot of deferred maintenance. The Department of Finance will be doing strict audits on fares and things like that. Williamson Act came up, and Colusa County was strong in this. The governor, the comment from the RCRC staff is the governor hates the Williamson Act, but in order to maintain it in the system, he put the minimum dollars in the budget to support subvention, et cetera, $1,000 in the state budget. And most of the rural counties are not renewing contracts. Some of them are not renewing contracts. In the case of Colusa, they're not issuing new contracts at all. This is a problem. It is a huge problem for us because I know it's not a lot of money in our county, but some of these counties have millions of dollars worth of tax subvention that they're paying. And I think you're going to see a move to have the state either pay the subvention fees or get out of the way and no longer make it a state program. It'll be a local program. One of the comments was Medi-Cal cuts were not reinstated in the budget. The governor did put in PILT money, which I don't think is a big deal for us either on state PILT, but $644 million. It's not all the money the state owes the counties. And there were several comments about several $1 billion of surplus coming out of the governor's estimate of what's coming into the state coffers. And my comment was, well, they ought to consider that one-time money. Prosperity doesn't go on forever necessarily, and there's certainly a lot of places where we can spend that money, tree mortality being one, and pay his bills was what I said for the governor. The final thing I want to say is the comments we got in, which we did not get all our comments in on time, and I'll take some responsibility for that. But the comments we got in to the policy committee, I want to thank the staff for their work on that. They all got included.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hanvett. I'll just comment that wild horses is a Western States issue at NACO, and it is a significant issue. So my recommendation is next time you talk to those folks, tell them to get with NACO.
And significant, just want to clarify, because close to two-thirds of BLM's budget goes towards that one issue. And that means that all of the other program areas they have suffer.
Yeah. Okay. Could you please read our 10:30?
I'm sorry, did you do public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment on that? I love the Brown Act police. I'm arrested. Okay, now, Clerk of the Board, please read our 10:30 closed session.
This is a closed session conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, authority, government code section 549569D2. One case.
Okay, is there any public comment on the closed session item? If not, we will recess for 5.5 minutes and reconvene at 10:45 in closed session. Okay, the afternoon reconvening of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is back in session, and our first item on the 1:30 calendar is a public hearing, and will the clerk of the board please read the agenda item?
Do you want to report out on the closed session first?
We have nothing to report.
Okay. So it's a public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by adding a new chapter 17.67 to establish regulations for limited medical marijuana cultivation by qualified patients and primary caregivers.
Okay, the public hearing is open. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In 1996, the voters of the state of California approved Proposition 215, known as the Compassionate Use Act of 1996. The intent of that act was to ensure that seriously ill Californians have the right to obtain and use marijuana for medical purposes where that use is deemed appropriate by a physician, and to ensure that patients and their primary caregivers who do obtain and use marijuana for medical purposes are not subject to criminal prosecution. In the 20 years since that proposition was passed, there have been several state laws that have been enacted. The latest, in the fall of 2015, there was a suite of 3 bills, Assembly Bills 243 and 266 and Senate Bill 643, that are called collectively the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act. The purpose of those bills was to establish a licensing program and regulation program through the state regarding the use, cultivation, distribution of medical marijuana. One of the provisions in that act was that the state would establish some licensing requirements, but those bills in that act clarify that even with a state permitting a licensing program, that the use and cultivation of medical marijuana still must comply with local regulations. In Tuolumne County, we regulate those types of uses through our zoning ordinance. Our zoning ordinance does not specifically address the distribution and cultivation of medical marijuana. Section 1706060 of the County Ordinance Code states that land shall not be used in any manner other than as provided in the zoning ordinance. Because our ordinance does not provide for the cultivation or distribution of medical marijuana, such uses are not currently allowed under the principles of permissive zoning. Your board has, however, recognized the benefits of medical marijuana use by qualified patients, and you have directed staff to prepare an ordinance that facilitates such use while addressing potential public nuisances associated with cultivation and distribution. Some of those public nuisances are disagreeable odors, negative effects on the physical environment, effects on community health, violation of building codes associated with indoor growing of marijuana, increased risk of burglary and other property crimes, and acts of violence in connection with commission of such crimes. And our county has unfortunately been subjected to such crimes. In this fall, County Counsel Sarah Carrillo gave a presentation to your board regarding these new bills. She advised your board of some deadlines that are impending and provided some suggestions for direction that could come from your board regarding that issue. Your board directed that an ordinance be drafted, but you also recognize that this year there are several petitions being circulated for a ballot measure on the November election, which could authorize recreational use of marijuana, and that such ballot measure could affect any actions that you take now regarding medical marijuana use. As such, your board directed that a task force be created, or a working group be created, that would address marijuana in greater detail once you are able to ascertain which ballot measures, if any, qualify and how those measures might affect regulations in Tuolumne County. As an interim measure, however, you did request that an ordinance be drafted, and County Council followed your direction. The purpose of today's hearing is to consider whether or not you wish to adopt that ordinance. The ordinance proposes to add a new chapter 17.67 to the county's zoning ordinance. It will allow cultivation, either indoor or outdoor, for up to 6 plants. It must be grown on a site on which one qualified patient or a primary caregiver resides. If there are 2 or more patients or caregivers, the number of plants can go up to 12. Cultivation, as I said, can be indoor or outdoor. The restrictions on outdoor cultivation include a 1,000-foot setback from schools, places of worship, public parks, and those types of facilities. Also, the ordinance would require that if you are growing medical marijuana and you do not own the property, you must obtain a consent from the property owner to be undertaking that activity. And finally, any outdoor cultivation must be fully enclosed by a fence that's at least 6 feet tall and 50 feet from the boundaries of the parcel on which a cultivation is occurring. This ordinance that we want to either consider potentially as temporary or interim is based upon the one in effect in Mariposa County. Our county line, of course, bisects the Lake Don Pedro community, and it was viewed as beneficial to have compatible regulations in the 2 counties. The primary difference between the 2 ordinances is that Mariposa County does allow an individual to have up to 12 plants, and if there are 2 or more patients or caregivers on a property, it can go up to 24, so essentially double what is proposed in Tuolumne County's ordinance. The ordinance also would clarify in a new section 1767070 that enforcement of these new regulations would be the responsibility of the code compliance officer, who is currently the chief building official for the county, with assistance from the Tuolumne County Sheriff. The sheriff's responsibility would be to provide safety for our inspectors to do their job in visiting sites and conducting their investigations. This ordinance was reviewed by your board on January 5th, and at that time, your board referred it to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission for consideration after a public hearing. On January 20th, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission did conduct a public hearing. They did hear from supporters of the ordinance as proposed. They also heard several concerns expressed that the number of plants that were being proposed in the ordinance was not sufficient for patients to use for an entire year. They heard testimony that indoor growing is not as productive as outdoor growing, and there should be a distinction made between the 2. They also heard concerns that many people would be disenfranchised and not able to grow medical marijuana on their property because their parcels are simply too small to meet the 50-foot setback requirement that's proposed in the draft ordinance. After closing the public hearing and deliberating, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission has recommended approval of the draft ordinance with some changes. Their changes are that an individual patient or caregiver could grow 12 plants rather than the 6 that was proposed. 2 or more patients or caregivers on a parcel could grow 24 plants rather than the 12. These numbers are consistent with Mariposa County's ordinance. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission also specified that the numbers of plants would be for outdoor cultivation, and that in addition to growing outdoor to those limits, individual or one or more patients or caregivers on a parcel could also grow 100 square feet of marijuana indoors. There would be no specific plant numbers provided. It would simply be a limit on the growth area. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission has also recommended that the proposed 50-foot setback from an outdoor grow be reduced to from 50 feet to 25 feet. The Planning Commission recommended this to your board by unanimous vote. Since the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, we have received an email from Sally Miller from the Lake Don Pedro area. I went to your board. She expressed concerns about the Planning Commission's recommendations. And also since that time, there has been some activity in Sacramento that County Council will address regarding medical marijuana and the bills that were passed. Your health officer, Dr. Liza Ortiz, is in the audience, and she would also like to address your board before you open this for the public hearing. The sheriff and his staff are here as well to answer questions you may have regarding this ordinance or other issues regarding medical marijuana use in the county. Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivedel is here with me, and she did draft the ordinance. And again, if you have questions for us, we'll be happy to respond.
Okay, so Council, are you addressing the law activity in Sacramento?
Correct. The legislature has passed AB 21. It's on the governor's desk. It would make amendments to the Medical Marijuana Regulation and Safety Act by eliminating the March 1st deadline related to cultivation. However, I'm keeping an eye out. I haven't seen an email that has been signed yet. We expect it to be signed.
Okay, and that's it? Dr. Ortiz.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Dr. Ortiz, County Health Officer. Speaking as a physician and a public health professional, I wanted to make some clarifications and add some information for you to consider this afternoon and in the coming weeks. I will leave comments about public safety concerns to the DA and the sheriff, who have spoken at length about potential dangers. Speaking to the medical issues, because we are talking about medical marijuana, the marijuana plant is not a well-studied medical therapy as compared to our usual medical therapies, and it will remain poorly studied until the DEA changes marijuana from Schedule 1. The FDA requires carefully conducted clinical trials in hundreds to thousands of patients to determine the benefits and risk of possible medication. So far, researchers have not conducted enough large-scale clinical trials to show that the benefits of the marijuana plant outweigh its risks in patients it is meant to treat. Advocates can point to small, poorly controlled studies, but the fact remains that there is not a body of scientific evidence in support of the marijuana plant as a safe and effective treatment. And the development of that body of evidence is many years away and dependent on a schedule change by the DEA. The proposed ordinance for cultivation of medical marijuana is not consistent with typical medical practice. There are many medications which are derived from plants, but no physician is going to recommend to her patient that he, who has a heart arrhythmia, grow digitalis in his backyard and eat a few leaves every day, much less smoke it. Consider what the FDA requires for medications. You can go to a pharmacy or Walmart and buy aspirin. It was produced at a regulated pharmacy to contain what is listed on the back of the bottle, which is a specific amount of a medicine for which we tell you to take it in a specific way, 3 times a day or whatever. We know the maximum safe dose and we know the expected side effects. We can't say this of the way medical marijuana is prescribed. By the way, there are 2 FDA-approved medications which contain the active ingredients in marijuana, which can be prescribed for such conditions as anorexia from AIDS and chemotherapy-related nausea and vomiting. Some of you have referenced your oath to the Constitution. I made an oath of Hippocrates, to first do no harm. And part of that means that I make recommendations about medical therapies based on scientific evidence that proves that it is more beneficial than harmful. In the coming years, the medical community expects to have more information about the dosage, safety, efficacy, and side effects of marijuana, partly as a result of the research that will happen from this new package of laws. By choosing to act now and alter cultivation rules in this county, we are choosing to act without that information. All of this for a poorly studied medication that has a high potential for diversion, abuse, and can lead to public safety concerns. To be very clear, the county's Opioid Safety Coalition in no way advocates for or recommends marijuana as an alternative to opioids. Period. Also, any comments about the recommendation of marijuana for children are not in alignment with the American Academy of Pediatrics, and you will be hard pressed to find any pediatrician or pediatric neurologist who is going to recommend giving marijuana to a minor. The typical treatment of epilepsy in a child involves careful dosing and follow-up blood tests to determine whether or not that dosing has led to the appropriate therapeutic level. Adding an unstudied medication would be hard to get past any hospital's ethics committee. I would also offer the following in consideration for public health in this county. We know that we have a significant substance abuse issue in this county, and unfortunately, medical marijuana has been found to be abused by both patients and non-patients. Researchers at the University of Colorado found that 75% of children who were in treatment for marijuana reported that they obtained that marijuana from people who had a medical marijuana prescription. The researchers attributed the difficulty with diversion in this situation due to the fact that prescriptions for medical marijuana in this state are written for an unlimited amount and without specific instructions, unlike any other prescription that physicians write. By maintaining the status quo, in other words, not allowing personal growth at this time, temporarily, we are allowing a work group or the state to develop policies based on accurate information. People in this county already have access to medical marijuana, including online and by mobile deliveries. I'm not suggesting that we remove their access. I'm simply suggesting that we wait before we make any major policy changes and make those policy changes based on scientific evidence. So I, as a physician and a public health specialist, do not advocate for allowing personal growth at this time in this county. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Did you testify in front of the Planning Commission?
I did not.
Okay, that's what I need to know.
Thank you. Okay. I already opened the public hearing, so we're going to have a 3-minute per person limit. And the way this is going to work is I will hear comments from the public. The board will hear comments from the public who are in favor, and then we will hear comments from the public who are in opposition. If after the opposition speaks, anyone wants to rebut a comment or comments made in opposition for the people that were in favor, they may do so, okay? If there are no comments in rebuttal, there will be no sur-rebuttal. But if there are, then I will entertain comments from the public addressing the rebuttal comments in sur-rebuttal. Is that clear as mud? Okay, so first of all, for people
Chairman,
that are, I'm sorry?
Perhaps you could clarify the audience. The speaking in favor would be of the draft ordinance, but if they support the Planning Commission's recommendation, they could choose to speak again in favor with the Commission's recommendation. Because there is enough difference that you might want to clarify.
I'm going to make this simple, okay? If you are in favor of the proposed ordinance, or you're in favor of the proposed ordinance with the Planning Commission's recommendations, then you are part of the in favor group, Okay? If you are opposed to either of those versions, then you are in the opposed group. And in the first group, the ones that are in favor of it, if you are only in favor of that which has been proposed by the Planning Commission, you need to clarify that in your comments. Is that okay, County Council? Okay.
Can I ask for one quick clarification?
Sure.
Bev, in reading the Planning Commission's recommendation on page 12 at the top, it says a qualified patient or primary caregiver residing on a parcel may cultivate up to 12 marijuana plants outdoors and may also cultivate marijuana plants indoors with one area larger than 100 contiguous
No
feet.
larger.
No larger,
No
yeah.
larger. So
Mhm.
are they suggesting that
Yes.
both of these activities could be going on simultaneously?
Yes.
And, okay.
Okay, so with that clarification and my clear as mud description of the public hearing, anyone in favor may come forward. And if you're, again, 3-minute limit per person, and please line up on the wall so if you're in favor. And come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Kira, and I lead the grassroots effort known as Tuolumne Cannabis Advocates. We are not a business, and we are not even a nonprofit. We're a group of Tuolumne County citizens who want to uphold the state-given right to access medical cannabis. We want to regulate it fairly and change the way non-cannabis users view the plant and the patients who benefit from it. We are trying to bridge the gap between patients, cultivators, caregivers to non-patients, non-cultivators, and the general public. We're changing the way we talk about cannabis and also how cannabis is viewed, not as a Schedule I drug, but as the healing herb that has saved lives, including my own. We are assisting in the development of good neighbor practices to improve the way we grow and how it impacts the environment and the community. We thoughtfully approach sensitive issues such as safe access and impacting already established careers and businesses in the ever-evolving cannabis regulatory practice. But ultimately, we are vanguards for safe access of medical cannabis. Today, it is our task as proud Californians, our democratic privilege as Tuolumne citizens, and our duty as advocates to ask you to please consider voting in the second draft ordinance with the Planning Commission's recommendation in favor of lenient medical grow restrictions. The grow your own philosophy and practice has been in this county for decades. It has integrated the way people live their lives in less pain, with less anxiety and depression, cancer-free, seizure-free, I can go on. Personal medical grows are not the problem in Tuolumne County. There were no pictures of personal medical grows on the Don Pedro posters. At the Planning Commission meeting where the second draft ordinance was conceived, there was no opposition to the number count of 12 and 24, not even by members of the public who are from Don Pedro, who take issue with the large-scale grows there, as we do. The second draft ordinance provides for patients' rights given by the state of California via Prop 215, and it also addresses the illegal commercial grow problem. We have no dispensaries in this county. We cannot grow as collectives anymore, according to the state. Our county's patients need to be able to grow their own and grow enough, and we are not their doctors. I have personally talked with members of the board, some of whom take issue with the oath of office conflicting with this issue. Now, I don't have an office, not yet, nor do I have oaths, but I did make a promise as a community representative and a leader of this group. For the veterans who cannot drive down here to these meetings, for the business owners who fear clientele loss if they were to come out of the closet, for the children locked in their seizing bodies without effective natural medicine, for the farmers thirsty for legitimacy, for every sick person who has never considered trying cannabis for their ailments, and for every person on their path to wellness with the aid of this ancient plant, I advocate for you. I made a promise as an advocate of patients in Tuolumne County that I would not bargain away their right to grow their own medicine. Who are we? Politicians, opposition, and advocates alike, to whittle down patients' access to affordable and healthier medicine, uphold state law, defend the ill, help both sides of the issue, vote this ordinance in, help end an era of fear, and begin an era of health and peace. Let it grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm going to try to keep this brief because I can't really compare to that. But first and foremost, I want to thank the board for taking up this issue. The state has recognized the right of patients to grow and utilize cannabis for their healthcare needs, and communities need well-thought-out regulation in order to protect patients' rights and ensure safe legal practices amongst patients, and offer clear and concise guidelines to ease enforcement and protect the public from the problems that come from large unregulated grows operating in the shadows. Whichever ordinance the board decides to adopt today, it is an important first step in an ongoing process that we as members of the community appreciate that the board is approached with open minds. And it will be a far cry better situation for all involved than the absence of policy we have as of now. But when considering these two ordinances, it is important that we keep in mind a balance of concerns about public nuisances of cannabis cultivation in a way that avoids disenfranchisement based on socioeconomic status. Thus, my personal primary concern when comparing the original ordinance to the revision unanimously recommended by the Planning Commission is the allowance for the 100 square foot indoor grower space and the reduction of the 50-foot setback. Countless patients would be disenfranchised by a 50-foot setback requirement, given how large of a property a patient would have to have in order to cultivate their medication. Even with the Planning Commission's recommendation of a reduction to 25 feet, many patients would need to cultivate indoors in order to remain compliant with either proposed ordinance. The significant additional costs and reduced output per plant when growing indoors places significant burdens on those unable to grow outdoors and remain in compliance. The recommended revision seeks to mitigate this in part by allowing that 100 square foot space, allowing indoor growing patients a little more room to make sure they have an appropriate harvest to get them through the year. In regards to the statements by Dr. Ortiz regarding the availability of cannabis online or via delivery, the difference in cost between self-production and purchasing from a licensed vendor is both massive and for many patients essentially prohibitive. Again, I thank the board for addressing this important issue, and I hope you've taken the Commission's unanimous recommendations to heart and will act compassionately on behalf of patients in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Lori Welsh. You know me. I fully support the Planning Commission and this ordinance with the changes. I can't speak any better than Kara Tucker, and I appreciate her efforts. And I just want to thank the board and the Planning Commission and Mr. Pedro for your time and your forward thinking on this matter and allowing medical marijuana patients to grow their own medicine, which is a very appropriate and holistic treatment rather than opiates. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Esperanza Phoenix. I am a medical cannabis user, and I actually spoke to you folks a couple years back when you were discussing this topic earlier. I am in support of the second proposal with the amendments allowing for a few more plants and regulations about indoor grows. I wanted to address a couple of the things that were discussed by the medical person. First of all, I suffer from fibromyalgia and PTSD, and there are no pharmaceuticals that treat my nerve pain. Medical marijuana does. Until I did some research on my own and found this out, I was told by physicians there was nothing that they could give me for my pain. I was experimented on with random drugs to treat psychosis and things of that nature. They give other drugs and they try different things, but it doesn't really treat the nerve pain of fibromyalgia. Finally, I was in so much pain that I did the research and I got the prescription, and I'm finally being treated for the pain that pharmaceuticals don't take care of. So telling us that we have that option isn't always the case. I suffered for 20 years almost with this condition until I figured this out. They also questioned the safety. Well, right now, physicians prescribe narcotics which people overdose on on a daily basis, and nobody has ever overdosed on medical marijuana, so that argument of it being dangerous is kind of irrelevant. The argument that children can illegally obtain marijuana from legal users is also irrelevant because of the fact that most children who become alcoholics also obtain alcohol from legal users. And that isn't necessarily with people's permission, but that's where they get it. So I think that's pretty much irrelevant also. I just want to say that the state of California, based on a vote, the people of California decided that medical marijuana should be legal, and anything that restricts patients from being able to access and grow is preventing us from getting our medication. It's prohibitive to try to purchase it through delivery or third party or whatever. It's expensive because of the federal restrictions. We aren't able to use insurance to purchase it. So for those of us who don't have a lot of money, it's prohibitive to try to purchase it also. So allowing us to grow our own medicine is the compassionate thing to do for those of us who need this medication. And I encourage you to please approve the proposal with the amended amounts and regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rick Hoff, and I moved to California 2 years ago. I moved to Tuolumne County last April, and prior to moving to California, my wife and I, Kelly in the front row over here, we lived in Oklahoma. And I came from what I believe is a very conservative family. I just retired 30 years in the fire service. My brother's currently the sheriff in our county and has been for many, many years. Raised a conservative person. I felt like California voted 20 years ago to decriminalize marijuana in an effort to sidestep the law and to be able to get high legally. That was my perspective up until 2 years ago, basically. And at that time, my wife and I came here to California to seek medical treatment for a brain tumor she had, and she sought to use the oil, the cannabis oil. And I'm happy to say currently she's brain tumor free and has been for the last 8 months. And I totally, thank you. I totally believe that was the cannabis. She did no chemotherapy, no radiation. So I disagree with the physician that was up here. I think, and I didn't plan on talking today, or I could have brought many physician-based articles stating that they agree that it does have benefit. The United States of America has a patent on the medical benefit of medical marijuana. So I think that whole argument is skewed a little bit, mainly probably because of pharmaceutical companies. But for my personal opinion, for you folks to consider, we left Oklahoma and a great career. I resigned assistant chief. I was in a great spot. We gave all that up, sold our home, left our family, came here where we could do our own treatment. And your county participants deserve that same right. Let them grow their plants. Let them take their own medicine. We would gladly grow our own plants because we don't know where marijuana comes from. I would much rather grow my own plants, know it's organic. We're very cautious about what we put in our bodies, and we would love that opportunity. So I would encourage you to do the most lenient toward the growers and the users policy that you can do now. And as time progresses, I'm sure the rest of America will catch up and will be free to grow cannabis just as free as we are to grow tomatoes. So I appreciate your time and consideration. Again, if I could answer any questions, I would be glad to, if that's allowable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is James Martin. I'm a licensed pest control operator with the state of California. I own Platinum Pest Services. We specialize in medical cannabis pests and the pest issues. I have been licensed as a pest control professional since 2004. On the issue of 6 and 12 plant limit, I have personally seen whole seasons of effort and medicine completely devastated by pest issues, leaving little to no medicine for the patient. I live in Mariposa County, where we have the 12 and 24 plant limit. It is in my opinion that with the 12 and 24 plant limit, that patients should be able to maintain their cannabis gardens with some success. As a professional growing cannabis for over 10 years, I have never had a flawless crop and or had everything produced perfectly. There is always at least 20% failure. With a 12 and 24 plant limit, it's not so devastating to lose some of your crop. With 6 plants, it's almost not worth the effort. Forcing patients to seek other avenues other than growing their own medicine. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Brian Bradford. I'm a local grower in the area and medical patient, and I'd like to thank you all for the civic process. It's really well done. You guys are listening to what we say, and I really appreciate that. I'd like to start by addressing some of the things that the doctor said. I appreciate your positions. I'd like to address, you mentioned digitalis producing digitoxin for heart arrhythmia and other things like that. And also salicylic acid, which is the main ingredient in aspirin. The difference between salicylic acid, digitoxin, and THC is there is no known acute lethal dose to THC, which inherently makes it a safer medicine. Whether it's effective or not, according to the USDA or the FDA, I can't speak to that. I know there's a whole room of people who can, but anyway, I wanted to address that. Sherry Brennan, you asked about clarification of the indoor versus outdoor, and the reason I wanted to speak to the reason they should be able to be done at the same time. Cannabis is a plant, and it needs to grow to a certain height or stage before you can flower it and get the medicine. It's very difficult to get seeds and cuttings of these plants for inexpensive and reliable medicine. It's often necessary to have plants growing inside the house where they're protected from snow, say until May, or cold or frost during the winter. It's often much better to be able to keep them over winter sometimes even, or in seed form, and then you can put them outside when you're ready. So that's one of the reasons we push for the 100-foot indoor, 100-square-foot indoor, as well as the outdoor. It's not just so we can produce more. There are reasons. And I had one more point, and I'm forgetting it. The podium is very intimidating. Yeah, I guess I just want to address, I don't want this to be an us versus them issue. We're all a community here. This should not be such a contentious issue. I know it is. We've had a very conservative policy in our country up until recently. And I don't want this to be conservatives versus Democrats or anything like that. I want it to be people who need medicine get their medicine, and people who have objections to cannabis and feel strongly about it also have their needs met, and it isn't in their face and disturbing to them. So I think there's a happy medium we can reach here. I think the 12 and 24 is a happy medium. I think 6 is too little for most patients, especially indoor, and that's all I have time for. So thank you all.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Janet Alderman. I'm a registered nurse since 1974. I worked at Tuolumne General Hospital, and I spent many nights at 4 a.m. in the morning cradling a very brittle Myron Maurer patient. He would use medicinal cannabis for him to be able to keep a little weight on and many, many other things, brittle diabetic. We had Marinol, the pharmaceutical version of cannabis. It's a little orange pill, little round turd-like thing, and it was in the lockup. And clearly in the pharmacy books that you read and look up medications, it says keep refrigerated. Well, it was in the lockup. It gradually, very fast actually, turned to a pukey brown turd-like. And it was not effective, but that's all I had to give Myron Maurer at 4 a.m. in the morning. That's all I had to give him, was a pill that didn't even look right. Every patient has their right for their own medication. You can't limit it to 2 people at a residence. By God, who's going to tell who they have to go without it? That's what you're making your guidelines with. And thank you. You've got an extra minute.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for letting me the ability to speak. So first off, I am living, breathing, walking proof that medical marijuana works. I'm a cancer survivor, but I'm also suffering from a very, very serious and rare disease right now that cannabis helps with tremendously with pain. I am here kind of basically not to talk about that, but to emphasize the progress that was made at the meeting on January 20th. We established great regulations for indoor and outdoor, and I strongly, strongly urge this board to consider that consideration because it was amazing. We made great progress with everything, and I can vouch for indoor. I'm not an outdoor grower, so my outdoor growing isn't like indoor, but I will tell you, and I've said this a bunch of times, indoor plants don't get anything compared to the size of outdoor plants. My indoor plants, this tall, okay? One of those plants, if I'm lucky, is 1 to 2 ounces. 1 to 2 ounces is not that much medication. And some people, somebody like me that medicates every day, instead of taking these pharmaceutical pills that are prescribed to me by all these doctors, I was just in the hospital on January 7th for 4 days, doped up on everything imaginable. I couldn't wait to get home to medicate myself with something that was better than that. And then also I still have these pill bottles filled with prescriptions because I'm using my medical marijuana instead of these prescriptions. It really does work. Sometimes the pain is really hard and you do have to take an opiate every now and then. But the medical marijuana really works. The regulations for indoors, though, is definitely something that you guys need to separate from outdoors. Indoors is far different, completely different. Yes, you might think somebody's growing, a bunch of plants, but it's really not. You take 100 square feet and you can maybe put 99 plants in that area. Each one of those plants, you get, an ounce per plant. You're looking at about 6 pounds. Okay, there are people that grow 1 plant outdoors easily in excess of 6 pounds. There's proof, there's pictures. Some people will argue against that. Some people will definitely confirm that. You look at a lot of these pictures and stuff from the Don Pedro area, those guys are not what we are. That's illegal cartel and mafia that's coming up and renting out houses and doing every single room, living room, family room, dining room. I'm asking for 1 little bedroom in my area to be able to grow my medicine. I'm not bothering any of my neighbors. In fact, all my neighbors know exactly what I do, and none of them have issues with it. And I can testify to that, and I'm sure they can all testify to that too. And if you're worried about smell, it's nothing worse than any skunk that's going by. So it's actually a lot better than that. But please consider the board's approval for the second part of the regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is John Simonian. I'd like to say I appreciate you guys taking this on. I know it's a difficult task. I know some of you are wrestling with it. I personally have been using medical marijuana a long time. Got my first prescription in '97. I am currently on 7 different prescription medicines. I suffer from fibromyalgia, post-traumatic neuralgia, degenerative bone disease. I have arthritis in every joint of my body. Okay? I would much rather smoke a lot of weed than eat opioids. Opioids screw me up. They put me in a daze. You can't function. You can't drive. You can't think. Your quality of life becomes 0. I would urge you to take the compromised position of 12 and 24, which is a compromise from AB 266 that would give us 5 patients per parcel. would give us 100 square feet of canopy per person. That was already a negotiated settlement between the interested parties. With AB 21 just passed, there's no reason to put this in place right now anyway. There's no time limit. So why rush to something? Why not wait for this group you're going to put together to start gathering some more information? I mean, I do understand that these poor folks down in Don Pedro living next to a cartel grow, that's ridiculous, okay? None of us are asking for that. And 12 and 24, that's you know, it's very difficult. 6-pound plant, okay. Have I seen a 6-pound plant? Sure, I've seen one. That's not the norm. The norm for most people is a 1/4 pound, maybe a half. A lot of people who are just starting off, they're going to be lucky to get anything out of 12 plants. Certainly not enough to last through the year. So, you know, I know that you guys haven't grown, but please just look at it this way. If you could only grow 6 tomato plants and you ate tomatoes 3 times a day, and that's what kept you healthy, would 6 plants be enough to get you through a year? It's a fairly easy analogy to make. You know, marijuana saves people's lives. Okay, we don't want to give it to kids. We want to be good neighbors. I'll personally go down to Don Pedro and throw the cartel out of there if that's what it takes. Okay? But I just find that I love to watch this county actually grow. If you're a conservative, well, then it's personal liberty. If you're a liberal, well, apparently that's okay. Okay? So, I like the other man said, I don't want to see this us versus them. It shouldn't be that way. It should be a community working together to come to a solution that's amicable for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And before the next speaker, I just want to clarify the ground rules. If you've spoken once,
I forgot one sentence.
okay, I'll break you. I'll cut you one break. Come on up, sir.
Thank you very much, lady, gentlemen. My name's Ian Nandra, and not sure if this thing's working. Introduce something that I haven't heard anybody else mention, is compassion. It's humanity. It's looking around. I can't empathize with anybody here with the conditions that you have. I can try. And for me, this isn't about religion. It's not about politics. It's about humanity. If we consider ourselves to be human, all of humanity is our personal concern. Easy for me to say that. I'll give you a practical example. I have prostate cancer. Post-op, the consequences emotionally are not fun. Every year, 200,000 men in America will get prostate cancer. Statistically, that's 1 in 5. Guys, look around you. 1 in 5 of you statistically will get it. How does this apply to cannabis? It helps. But how does it really apply? Because it is not for me, as a human, trying to be a good person, to dictate to other people how they should get the help they need just to get through today or tomorrow. This isn't a religious issue. It's not a personal issue. It's not a political issue. It's an issue of compassion and humanity to our fellow person. Thank you for your time, ladies, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, you've got 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yep.
I made the mistake of assuming that people knew who Myron Maurer is. He's deceased, but he is the patient, very brittle, blind from the age of 5. And he's the man that took it straight up to the state Supreme Court and got our laws the way they are. He started it, and he did that entire walk by himself because he needed to make a stand for patients. And that's who Myron Maurer is in our community, guys. That's where it started, right here in Tuolumne County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm glad I let you come back up. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Scott Fischler. My comments are brief. I urge you to pass the ordinance as recommended to you by the Planning Commission and on January 20th, and the rest of my comments are related to law enforcement. I feel very sorry for the residents of Lake Don Pedro. I think everybody in this room does. I understand that the Board of Supervisors does as well. And I understand that that's largely what has precipitated this entire circumstance of several Board of Supervisors meetings and several months of this issue being addressed. So to go forward, what I would recommend is if this ordinance is harmonized with Mariposa County, a joint task force of law enforcement between Mariposa and Tuolumne County be established and bring in state and federal resources, if necessary, to protect the homes and livelihoods and enjoyment of life of these residents. That's what I think we should be talking about here, and support law enforcement and give our sheriff what he needs. This could have been avoided on the front end if the sheriff and law enforcement had the resources that they needed in the first place and responded to the needs of the citizens of Lake Don Pedro in the first place. That said, thank you very much for engaging in a very, very vital and robust civic process. I trust that you'll all vote appropriately at the end of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, seeing no further people in favor, I will now open the floor to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Sally Miller from Lake Don Pedro, Tuolumne County. I'm here to support the number 1 ordinance and also to talk about the Planning Commission's 3 modifications. The first modification is to go from 6 to 12 plants to 12 to 24 plants, now considered outdoor only growing on a parcel. Number 1767 does not mention outdoor and indoor grows differently. The Commission now wants a 2-grow area. The increase to 12 to 24 total limit seems fine, but not the additional unlimited indoor grows or even an indoor grow. There should also be permits required. And how do we regulate these indoor grows? Modification number 2, recommendation now unlimited indoor grow in a 100 square foot area. This is a new law by the Commission to give the go-ahead to grow many more plants. What happened to the 1 area limit? They do not say if that they live in the residence, so can they build a shed or greenhouse, which would be considered indoors. People will makeshift their electrical system for these grows, which could cause fires. We do not want to have another fire here in Tuolumne County. The sheriff and fire departments have spoke about the dangers they face allowing indoor grows, which put them at risk. This will give the growers about, roughly I'd say, 64 plants, total about 40 indoors, 24 outdoors for 2 people, giving them, I'd say, roughly maybe 30, 40 pounds of marijuana at $2 pounds per plant. Remember, indoor grows can grow all year, so they can be growing and increasing their quantities. My friend who lives in Oregon grows 6 plants a year. He has a heart condition. He grows them outdoors, which supplies him for a year, which he smokes. His wife makes cookies, and she also makes marijuana butter. He said any more, and they are selling or growing for others, which is not permitted. The cartels in our area will dump modulars on the land and grow as much as they want. No regard for electrical hazards, water usage, which they steal, and the safety or nuisance issue. How can you regulate these indoor grows? The cartels are illegal and will shoot you and run back to their other country without any action taken. If no ordinance is passed, or the first ordinance is passed, what do we do to protect ourselves down there at Lake Don Pedro? Modification number 3, 50-foot setback to 25-foot seems okay, But in the city, and I'm not sure if Sonora, the city of Sonora, has their own ordinance for in the city, there could be well over 100 plants in a close residential neighborhood. This is a problem, not to mention the smell. And these people have to dry their marijuana, so that's another issue. Also, children may live in some of these homes or visit these homes. What does that say about our safety and future for them? Please help the citizens of our county, like other counties have done, and pass a 12 to 24 plant total limit only for per parcel when residing in a permitted home full time. Thank you very much for all your efforts and everybody who has been a part of drafting that ordinance. I do thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank all the people that spoke up for concern for the Lake Don Pedro area. We are a unique situation there because we don't have the benefit of continued police enforcement or continued observation as to what's going on in our area. I have no objection to the commission's report or the Planning Commission's increase of the marijuana because I can understand the concerns of the growth. But I am concerned about the in-grow. I'm not sure how that could be regulated in our area. I'm sure it can be here, and because the people that spoke here appear to be very diligent and responsible growers, and they're entitled to their medicine. I'm concerned that unless you place them in some sort of a greenhouse, there's no way the sheriff can drive by and determine what's going on within the four walls of the dwelling. And I'm concerned that there is an element of people out there that will take advantage. They're not; those people are probably not here today, but they exist. We know they exist. And so I'm wondering if somehow the in-grow situation can be regulated in more detail.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Ruth Smith, and I also don't have a problem with the 12 to 24 outside growth. I do have a problem with unlimited inside. I think it should be or instead of and. And we are not here to stop the people from growing their small fields of marijuana for their medicinal purposes. It's the large growths that we're here that we are against, and it's not only in the Don Pedro area, it's in all of Tuolumne County. We just see it because we're there. We live across the street from it or next door to it. And when we can't use our own property because of these large growths, it gets pretty sad. But the people that honestly and legally need it for their medicinal purposes, we have no problem with that. And this is why we want the ordinance. I don't have a problem with the 12 to 24, but it should be or instead of and, indoor or outdoor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be quick here. I'm going to say I'm neutral on the position for the most part. I just have a problem. I live in Columbia, and I have a neighbor that I believe is going to be growing medical marijuana, and he's put up a 6-foot fence just on the front property line, and I understand that anybody with less than third of an acre can do that. I'm concerned about Green Street in Columbia and all other streets having 6-foot fences all along, being like a walled city in, medieval times. So that's my concern, and I support people who need the medical marijuana, but I'm neutral. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I did misspeak in my original instructions. We will have a neutral period, and if there's no more in opposition, then I'm going to go ahead and ask for those who are neutral to tag on to the one that's already been here that was neutral. Anybody want to speak neutrally?
And actually, I'm going to, because we have heard a couple comments about the city, and I see Councilwoman Ms. Williams in the audience, and I know this was on their agenda last night. I wonder if she would be willing to tell us what the city has proposed. Yes, and also, or Councilman Segarini.
This is
Well, it's neutral, isn't it?
yeah, we aren't done. This is a rather unusual, but with the public's indulgence, we'll
Well, it's neutral comment, isn't it?
let Councilwoman speak to the councils.
What the council did last evening is the ordinance that was presented by staff. We waived the first reading, and it will come back to the council at their next meeting and possibly for a vote at that time. But no decision 100% was made. It is an ordinance that will allow indoor grow, but it will be in a outside facility, not inside the house, and it will be a maximum of 6 plants.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Connie.
So, seeing no other neutrals, I will ask if anyone that spoke in favor wants to rebut any of the opposition's comments. Okay.
One of the women here from the Don Pedro area expressed a concern about indoor grows, excuse me, being basically opening it up to unlimited, and that is not what the proposal states. The proposal states 100 square foot indoors, so it is very much regulated as to how much. So just to address that concern. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else in rebuttal? Okay, I'll open it up for rebuttal, and that is, oh, you have a rebuttal? Okay.
I'll keep it brief again. But the point on, having indoor spaces, if it's a greenhouse, things like that, if the sheriff would be able to go by and see, the system would be compliance-based. So if a neighbor had a concern about what was going on, how much was being grown, they call, and then the compliance officer goes out there with the sheriff, and they investigate and make sure that things are in compliance. And then in regards to, talking about difference in amounts of how much so-and-so gets from their grow and how many pounds this person gets, remember that a lot of times these bigger harvests are going to come from people who have been doing this for a long time, have expertise, and have access to high-end equipment and high-quality fertilizers and things like that are not available to everyone at all times, at all levels. There are people who are new to growing, who are going to be very, very unknowledgeable and get very small harvests, or don't have a lot of money to afford the higher-end equipment and such and so forth. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else in rebuttal? Come on up.
Hi, it's me again. I just wanted to add, I agree with what Tom was just saying. I have some friends, they're older couple, medical users for a long time. They grow their own plants. They were actually doing 12 plants because they were each doing 6, as according to the state law. They were doing them on their back deck, and they just didn't have experience growing. And these are the people I'm concerned about. I actually am a pretty good grower, but most of the people in the area, I'd say 80%, are not. And they were making classic mistakes of a new grower, new gardener of any plant, and they ended up getting maybe 2 ounces of usable product per plant, and it's not going to be enough for the whole year. That's the only reason I'm so adamant about the 12 and 24 versus the 6, because I actually personally know quite a few people in the area who are suffering from this. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Just a second, please, sir. Supervisor Royce would like to ask you a question.
You referenced this in your first statement, so it was a question I wanted to ask, and I want to get an opinion from somebody, and it's about the and or the or for the indoor and outdoor. And you talked about the need for that because of the fact that sometimes you're cultivating smaller plants to get ready for a season or something like that. As a compromise, would it be possible or would it be feasible and workable for growers? Do you think if it was allowed to do it indoor, and outdoor, but not at the same time? Does that accommodate the needs?
Can I ask
potentially?
the constituency in the room here? What do you guys think?
I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, if it were up to me, if it was a choice between not having indoor option at all and having it only or, basically, one or the other at a different time, I would take the or. But I would prefer to have it and for the reasons I said. For
flexibility.
For flexibility. Again, we have a saying in Twainhart, I believe, it's winter's not over until it snows on the dogwood flowers. Yeah, that happens in like May. And so if you want to have your plants out at the right time of year for a proper amount of medicine to be grown, you got to have them indoor. You have to start them just like tomatoes, anything else. So that's where it could come up. And anyway, thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Any other rebuttal? Okay. Rules. Okay.
Sir, rebuttal.
Just a second. Just a second. You spoke against, right? You are not eligible to speak in rebuttal. Okay. Sir, rebuttal. But the rules on Sir rebuttal are very specific. You can only address items that were brought up in the rebuttal. So anybody that spoke against can come up and Sir rebut anything that was said in rebuttal. Am I correct?
Yep.
There you go. Okay. Anybody want to do a Sir rebuttal? Now you can get up. But again, I'll caution you, it needs to be directed at what was said in rebuttal.
It's directed at the amount of grow. When you if you pass this planning commission ordinance, the amount of people who grow like you people do, and have been doing it for quite a while, there are going to be other people who are not interested in growing medical marijuana. They're going to grow just for recreational, because they're going to see that there is a ordinance passed now that allows unlimited indoor in a 100 square foot area or a 10 by 10 area, and also 12 to 24 plants, if that's what you vote for, that they will be able to grow whatever they want. And there are going to be people that are going to not abide by the medical marijuana issue, which is what this law is going to be. Thank you.
Okay. Again, Sir rebutting. Come on up. Sir.
She spoke in favor. She can't serve.
Oh, you spoke in favor?
Yeah.
You can't do Sir rebuttal. I'm sorry. Thank you. Nope. I didn't write the rules. I'm sorry. I just enforce them like the sheriff.
I would like to, by example, address the rebuttal about the sheriff, and just call, if you know that somebody's overgrowing, you can just call your sheriff. I would like to tell you of a situation where, and I'm sure it's Tuolumne County, where we have 6 or 7 modular homes growing on a lot, and they do not have adequate refuge. They have a ditch that they do their business in and carry over. We have tried for I don't know how long to get Tuolumne. Am I right, Tuolumne? We have tried to get Tuolumne to address the situation. The last word was there's nothing they can do about it because they don't have the money in their till to go in and just take away these RV homes. They've fined the owner. They've done all they can do without spending any money. Now, the reality is, do you think that we're going to make a phone call and we're going to get some action because we think that somebody is growing too much marijuana? I don't think so. And that's where we are today. And for that, I am very sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other Sir rebuttal? Ma'am, did you speak?
I haven't spoke at all on anything.
I'm sorry, but the only people that can speak in rebuttal or Sir rebuttal are people that spoke previously. Again, I didn't write the rules. This is just the way public hearings go. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion, comments, questions, or anything. Evan.
Sure. So just to start out, I support the Planning Commission recommendation. I think when this first proposal was drafted, it was done with Sherry and I and some of our staff modeling after the Mariposa ordinance, and we actually reduced the number based on, I think it was Prop 215 numbers or whatever. I don't remember whatever legislation it came from, but listening to the testimony, I'm okay with those numbers. I don't think that's going to be the issue. The issue with the Don Pedro people is another issue. And what this comes down to is something we haven't talked about yet, and that's code compliance. What we're dealing with is land use issues. This isn't a criminal thing. This is land use. And the big problem that we have right now is we aren't giving the resources to our code compliance officer. What we need to do in conjunction with whatever action we take is we need to create an additional position, and we're going to have to fund this, and it's going to cost some money. But Mr. Oliver right here needs some help. Right now there's 500 code compliance cases that we're not able to deal with as it is with our staffing, let alone put an additional burden on them. So what we need for the people in Don Pedro when they call and they've got a neighbor that's not compliant with our ordinance and our regulation, is they need to be able to have somebody that can show up and take a look, and if they're not in compliance, then we start down that process and we deal with it. That's the component that's missing that we need to deal with. And we live in a world of finite budgets, and it's not easy just to fund another position. But I think this is important because fundamentally it's a public safety issue. And so that's something I think we're going to need to direct staff. As far as the ordinance and the testimony, I think we got some really good insight. As we come back in, I guess it would be June or whenever, we're going to put a working group together. We will have an opportunity to deal with issues that arise from this ordinance. It's a new ordinance. It's a new frontier that we're dealing with here. And so we need to take a crack at it, try to regulate things to deal with the issues. But it's not set in stone forever. We can fix it. We can deal with it. We can adjust. And I think it's a good way to do it. So the only other issue that I know that's still lingering in my mind is the constitutional issue. And I respect that. I've also taken an oath to defend the Constitution. I don't feel the same issue because I'm not, in the action that we are taking here, we're not authorizing the use of marijuana. We're not saying it's legal, and we're not contradicting the federal law. We're just dealing with the land use regulations. What we're doing is we're regulating the land use of it, and we're creating regulations therefore. So if anybody exceeds a law that contradicts the land use portion, they're breaking that law, not us. So that gives me the comfort that I'm not defending, or I'm not
violating the law.
Thank you.
There you go. Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, slightly different take on this, and the number between 6 and 12 I'm not as troubled by as the and, where you can be growing outdoors and indoors, and I think that really is one of the pieces that I envisioned the working group was going to be working with, and it really embodies a lot of the other concerns that came from other departments that we have heard voiced, with concerns about electrical and making sure how do we do this correctly. And I think it is much easier, to be honest, to be able to increase a level than decrease a level. And so I would tend to support it if it said or. I understand the need to start indoors and move them outdoors, but the word and is, I don't support that.
Okay. Supervisor Gray.
Yes, I want to address Dr. Ortiz because I think she had some really good points there. And what we're here not to say, to decide the benefit or non-benefit of it. What we're trying to do is get something under better control that is actually happening. The large grows are happening. Without a structure, we can't manage it better. And what I hope, and I've said this before, that an ideal solution to this is make this a drug that you can sell in a pharmacy after all the tests that you're talking about are done. But when that's going to happen, I don't know. As far as the number, I believe an or is better than and I don't know exactly how many plants I can grow in a 10 by 10 or 100 square feet. That's not a very big room. Maybe I can do 99, but if I do 99, I'm violating the ordinance. I can only have a certain.
No,
I'm not.
No, you're not.
It's canopy. We're talking about canopy. Okay, so.
No, we're talking about space. So indoors, it's 100 square feet. Whatever you can put into 100 square feet. Outdoors, that's where the plant numbers come into play.
Yeah, see, there's where I have a fundamental problem of allowing somebody to grow 100 plants inside, and then only 12 outside. So, yeah, I'm just a little problem with that. That's my comments for now.
Supervisor Handbelt?
I knew you'd get to me sooner or later.
Not later enough.
First of all, let's just say I want to thank everybody here for their thoughtful comments and the manner in which they delivered them. Sometimes things like this get a little emotional, and people come in and tell the Board of Supervisors they're a bunch of jerks, in which place I kind of have a little trouble listening to the rest
Randy,
of what they say.
Excuse me. Could you speak in your mic? I cannot hear you down here, and
I'm not speaking into my mic. Usually,
I'm really interested in what you have to say.
I just said I appreciate the demeanor in which everybody did this thing. It's important to me. I have a little problem comparing marijuana with alcohol. I have a little problem comparing marijuana with tomatoes. I don't see them as equal or even close or even comparable. I heard the issues of growing your own versus buying it because I'll use my term, the people who are selling to you, delivering it to you, supplying to you, or whatever they're doing are gouging. I think that's probably the criminality associated with it by the federal government. And that continues to bother me. Federal law, the oath, and the conflicts I have with that. And unlike Supervisor Royce, he argues we're not legalizing it, but we're addressing it directly, and insofar as we're addressing it directly, I think we are, in effect, condoning it, and I think we still have that conflict. I don't think I can avoid that conflict. Now, there's another conflict I have, and that is it. Pardon? I'll keep talking to the mic. Okay. I continue to have a problem. I also have a problem with what's going to happen with the ballot. I have no idea what's going to be on the ballot, where it comes out. So my first comment will be that if, in fact, we do something today, the board does, I'm not going to support it. I'm going to explain why in a minute. I suggest that we have a review of whatever we've done at some period down the line, so we know that whatever we do is working, and it doesn't need to be adjusted, because we rarely get things right the first time, especially when we're breaking new ground. I have great concern over children. I heard the argument about, well, they get alcohol from their parents or whoever else applies to them. I don't need to compound the problem. And I do know from talking to a reasonable authority about the impacts that marijuana has on brain development. I don't think it should be given to children, assuming it is medicine. Now, on the other hand, I want to tell you I do have compassion, and I worry about compassion getting in the way of my rational, objective behavior that I normally like to maintain. I am a scientist. I talked to Kira this week, and, she has a pretty compelling story. In fact, she said to me that she wasn't sure whether marijuana saved her life. It sure got her out of a big problem. Based on her story, I believe it probably did save her life. Perhaps serendipitously in that it just came upon her. Now, that concerns me. All due respect to our county health officer, medicine isn't everything it's cracked up to be. It isn't the end all. On the other hand, medicine in general is a controlled, known experiment. And I am a scientist that believes in observation. And I have seen screw-ups in the medical world where they don't know what happens in terms of being dosed right, and they don't know what happens with side effects and cumulative side effects and toxic effects and cumulative toxic effects and interaction with drugs. But at least when I faced those things, I faced them in a controlled environment. Now, all of you that want to grow and all of you that are making your own whatever it is, because I don't know if it was you or not, somebody with fibromyalgia used a topical ointment and gave them relief, and I have great compassion for that too, because I understand what pain is. But you're making this stuff, and I don't know that it's a controlled experiment or a controlled process that you're doing. I'm concerned about that. I don't know what this stuff does. And that problem is there isn't a scientific database that tells me that. And being a scientist, that bothers me. World I worked in, you can't afford to make mistakes. And I know that we're talking about people's lives. You can't afford to make mistakes. I'm concerned about that. The trump card for me is the testimony of our
County health officer.
Our county health officer, yeah. If you want to say our doctor, I should say a doctor would be easier. I'm concerned about this stuff. And by the way, the other one I left out in this thing, I've talked to supervisors in other counties who deal with this. Now, I'm going to give you all credit as being responsible people. But you know there are irresponsible people out there. And some of these guys tell me in one county, excessive water use, uncontrolled pesticide use and illegal pesticides, rodenticides getting into the environment, and fertilizers. And somebody mentioned high-quality fertilizers. I don't know what that means, but I'm worried about all this stuff in the environment, too. I'm not going to support it today. That does not mean I don't have compassion. I'm concerned about those of you who really need it and aren't getting the help from the medical world that you need. And I really believe we need to get on our federal people to fix the problem so we can move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming today and speaking. This is a very both difficult and important issue. I know a lot of you, one gentleman even admitted it, are probably trembling at the podium. Truthfully, there's no need to feel that way, but having been at the podium, I understand. I really do truly want to thank you. The information that you imparted is invaluable. Most of you know probably how I feel on this, so I'm not going to go through that again. I believe that the federal government has failed us on this, okay? I really do, and it just sort of makes me angry. We've been dealing with this issue since I was in high school and college, and I can't even remember that far back. And we've had plenty of time to do this right, and I'm sorry, the federal government just has failed us. I do want to address one thing before I go ahead and look for a motion. I want to emphasize, because I think it's important, that what we're trying to do here is talk about, whether you agree with me or not, what we're really trying to do here is talk about how we regulate the legal activity associated with marijuana. We are not trying to control the illegal activity. That's not the purpose of this ordinance. Okay, so those of you that have heartburn with the illegal activity, that's an enforcement issue, okay? And if we're not doing that well enough, well, then that's a whole separate discussion item, okay? What we're trying to do is, within the context of the laws of the state of California, figure out what's right, okay, what is compassionate, and any number of other adjectives or adverbs or whatever. So I absolutely wholeheartedly agree that law enforcement is a difficult issue. I believe we're doing it as well as we can. I wish we could do it a whole lot better. And maybe, like I said, that's a discussion for another day. But again, I'd like to thank everyone that came out. I know some of you were probably reluctant volunteers, but your presence has been most useful. Thank you very much. And now I'm looking if there's any other comment.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break while we change the tape out, and then I will get to Supervisor Royce. If everybody can go ahead and get ready, I'm going to reconvene the 1:30 appointment. And for the purposes of the public record, specifically the audio-visual public record, I've been asked to recapitulate the last 30 seconds of what I said in my comments, and then I'll get to Supervisor Royce. That was basically that what we're about today with this ordinance is how we implement in Tuolumne County the laws of the state of California with respect to legal cultivation of marijuana. We are not trying to address illegal activity which already exists and will probably continue to exist. If we have an issue with that, that is a separate issue for a separate discussion on a different day. And perhaps we're not doing, I believe we're doing as much as we possibly can, but perhaps that's not enough and we have to look for ways to do more. But again, that's a discussion for another day. And then, as I was ending, Supervisor Royce wanted to say something.
I'm not really sure what to say now.
It worked.
Well, you know, this is a difficult thing to do because you're trying to accommodate a lot of people in a lot of different situations and be fair, and also deal with the problems that we have. So I'm just going to try to make a motion here, and I'll let I'm trying to count to 3. This is how this works. So when you're doing this, you got to get 3 votes to do anything here. You can't do it by yourself. So I heard concerns about the and or. I'm willing to compromise on that. I know there's some concerns about the area, the indoor, that kind of thing. So I'm going to make a motion, and then if we want to see some substitute motions, or if you want to ask me to amend it, I'll entertain whatever we need to do. So I will make a motion that we approve the ordinance. I don't have the recommendation in front of me. Do I need to make it based on findings or anything like that, or can I just...
Findings A through Z.
There we go. All the way to Z this time, huh?
That's right.
Good job. Okay, so I'll make a motion based on the Planning Commission's recommendation based on findings A through Z, excluding the I guess it's the and portion, and just retaining the or.
Okay.
And actually, let me add one more thing, and also direct staff to come back with a solution to be able to fund a code compliance officer, because otherwise we're not going to be able to deal with the situation. So with that.
So Supervisor Royce, may clarify on A, then that would be that up to 24 outdoor plants.
12 for one person,
12,
24
yeah.
for 2.
Or the 100 square foot space per parcel for indoor. So is that what you mean? Okay.
Correct. And I know there's probably going to be some discussion on that, but we'll open it up.
Do I have a second before we get to discussion?
I might have to do a substitute motion if I can't address Yeah, I'll have to
Or you can ask
substitute.
me to amend my motion if you'd like.
Yeah, let me ask him to amend his motion.
Okay,
If that'll
go
work
ahead.
for you. That's better than dealing with a substitute motion.
I don't want to come back tomorrow on this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We can always do the substitute motion. Okay, I'm fine with everything, with two exceptions. One, I think that I totally agree with the zone compliance person, but I think that needs to be addressed during the budget cycle. That's the way. But in theory, I agree with it. Okay, but address it during the budget cycle. The second part of it has to do with the canopy cover. Now, I could have a 10 by 10 square foot room, and I can roughly get 100 plants in there. Or I can just say that you can't have a canopy cover any bigger than 50 square feet in any type of room, because there's going to be people that are going to be growing these, want to grow these plants maybe on their back porch, maybe in a side room, an office or whatever. That 10 by 100 square feet just seems like too much. So I want to limit it to 50 square feet, half that much. That
But
means
of
I
the
can.
canopy?
That's the canopy cover, 50 square feet inside a room, not. And I don't really care what size that room is, but the canopy cover can't be any more than 50 square feet. I think that addresses the people that spoke against having too many plants on one premise.
Supervisor Gray, I just want to clarify, the ordinance code
Pardon me?
actually just says no more than 100 contiguous square feet per parcel. So you want it to say no more than 50 contiguous square feet per parcel. Is that-
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Indoors.
Indoors. Okay.
Supervisor Brennan.
I'd like to do a substitute motion. And I really apologize for making this discussion even more complicated, but I am concerned that some of my concerns, whether it's 100 square feet or 50 square feet, they're really the same concerns, and they need to be addressed by the working group that we have committed to start to beginning in June and working through this, and that the state legislature is still going to be giving us some direction on this. And so my motion would be to approve this conditions A through Z, except substituting 12 plants or up to 24 plants for 2 individuals that could be started indoors or outdoors. But it is a 24 plant total. And let the working group work through some of the issues that are going to be associated with
It's the original.
having a larger space.
Supervisor, can we make a clarification? So you're only addressing the plants and not the setback. You're going with the original ordinance.
Our original ordinance was 6 or 12 and did not, I don't think it had the capability to start them inside. And so I'm recognizing that some individuals may need to start their plants inside and then move them outside, but I'm putting a limitation of up to 24 plants.
But the question,
Pardon?
the number's 12 to 24, but
Yes.
I believe that Ms. Shane's question was on the setback. Are you proposing the 50-foot setback in the regular ordinance or the 25-foot setback recommended by the Planning Commission?
And I didn't hear a lot of discussion on the setback piece, and so
Go with 25.
looking at the audience and thinking we can go with 25, yeah.
All right.
Okay, do I have a second on the alternate motion?
Oops.
Do we have the boardroom tomorrow? Okay, the alternate motion dies for lack of a second. Do I have a second on the, I assume you amended your motion per Supervisor Gray?
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a second on the amended motion?
I'll second the amended motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Could you please restate your motion as amended?
Move on recommendation based on findings A through Z, changing the and to or, and changing the square footage to a 50-foot square foot canopy.
Indoors.
Indoors.
And which
Is
set? 50 contiguous square feet. Yeah, it's floor space.
Okay.
And
That's fine.
okay, and then
Does that make sense to you?
which setback? 25 or 50 feet?
25.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion? And I have a second, right? Okay. That is a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Gray. Is there any discussion on the motion? And by the way, just for the public's edification, in a public hearing, there is no further public comment. So you've had your day in court. Okay. Any board discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none.
Quickie question.
Yes.
I just going to ask the maker in the second. Did you want to consider a review of this at 6 months or 12 months or at some point in time, make sure we got it right? Or are you
We're
going
going to do that with the working group. Yeah,
That's
going to be
great.
done.
Just clarifying.
That's going to be anyway. Okay. No further discussion. I'm going to bring it back and call for the question. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstain? Yes. Okay. The motion is 2-1.
Motion fails.
Motion fails.
Okay. But now we can still make another motion, right?
Okay. Do I have another motion?
Let her make the motion.
Sherry, make your motion. I'll second it. I had to try.
Power is a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Sherry's the swing vote. Do you want me to make your motion?
Sure, Evan.
I make Sherry's motion.
Okay. For clarification.
Well, it's just
For clarification, would you state your motion, Ms. Brennan? Wait a minute.
I want to ask the chair to open up discussion because I want to make sure John's concern is accommodated for the indoor.
Okay.
So-
Go ahead, John.
Okay. What we're talking about is we're not going to have any square footage inside the house. It's just going to be a total of 24 plants no matter what. Is that what your motion is?
Up to, yes.
Okay.
12 or 24. Okay.
With the and with the 25 square foot
Well,
or
it
25
can-
foot
it's,
setback.
It's 12 or 24 anywhere. They could have 12. They could, if it
Right.
was 12, they could have 6 indoor and 6 outdoor, right? Theoretically.
I will.
Okay.
So I'm going to attempt to make this motion. So I'll move to approve the ordinance based on findings A through Z, allowing 12 and 24 plants, irregardless of indoor or outdoor, with no square footage restrictions, with a 25-foot setback to the property line. I believe that's it.
Okay. Do I have a second?
And actually, can I clarify on the code compliance officer? I'll go with John and say that we recommend to include that as part of our budget process, which is going to be coming up. Mr. Pedro already knows, and
Okay.
and I guess we can deal with that in a future agenda.
We
item.
got your motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. I have a motion by Supervisor Royce, a second by Supervisor Brennan. Any further discussion by the board? Okay.
You know what I can do with this? We can be here all day.
Like I told
I
Ms.
did
Brennan.
bring my bag, and I've got extra clothes, so we can go back and forth with these motions until I finally get my way.
like I told Supervisor Brennan, power is a wonderful thing. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
And abstain? Yes. Okay. We have 2, 1, and 2. You guys are going to make one of us vote, aren't you?
I told you it's hard to make everybody happy.
Okay. Supervisor Gray, you now have a chance to make a motion.
My motion would address the same motion that Supervisor Royce made originally, that would include the 50 square feet, because I do not believe with the 24 plants, we're addressing the concerns that the people spoke to as far as trying to get the product grown. If we're going to agree that we can grow the product, then we should be able to have a motion that is going to allow that to happen. I do not believe that Supervisor Brennan's motion does that.
Okay. I don't believe that we can revote on the exact same motion. Is that correct, County Council?
To make it again.
I think you could make another motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Shane, would you just reread the Supervisor Royce's motion, and then I will accept that.
All right. The motion is to adopt the ordinance as proposed by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. However, that there would be a change to Section 1767050, which would allow up to 12 medical marijuana plants by one qualified patient or caregiver on a parcel, or they may cultivate medical marijuana indoors within one area that is no larger than 50 contiguous square feet per parcel. If 2 or more qualified patients or primary caregivers reside on parcel, up to 24 marijuana plants may be cultivated outdoors, or medical marijuana plants may be cultivated indoors within one area that is no larger than 50 contiguous square feet per parcel. And then to also, that would be the only changes.
That's my motion. Thank you very much.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Royce. Any comment? Okay. Dare I say? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstain? Yes. Okay, folks.
I got another try.
Okay.
Last try.
Go.
I'm going to make the same motion, except I think I can bridge this here. So we're going to limit the square footage and the plant count. So they still have to be refined to that square footage that John's talking about, but it can't be any more than 24 plants. Is that what?
Okay.
Yep.
That's the motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Oh, dear Lord, deliver me from this. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. For the record, any opposed? Abstain, yes. 3-0-2 with Supervisors Rotifer and Supervisor Hanvelt abstaining. Okay. Let's thank you very much, public, and we're gonna with the clerk of the board, please read item 12.
No, second item.
Oh,
on
I'm
130.
sorry. Sorry. That's
Second
silly me. The second 130, please.
This is a second reading of second reading and consideration of adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 1.10 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code with regard to enforcement of violations of Chapter 1767.
It just seemed like we'd done 2 of them. Ms. Dribdahl.
Thank you. Again, this is the second reading of the ordinance amending Chapter 1.
Just a second. If I could ask the public, please, to leave the room if you're going to leave the room before talking. So we do have some remainder of some agenda items. Go ahead, Mr. Dribdahl.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
We're requesting that you waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 1.10 with regard to enforcement of violations of Chapter 17.67. As previously presented to your board, the proposed enforcement ordinance adds a new section 1.10.320 and has 3 provisions. It declares that violations of Chapter 17.67, this is the medical marijuana chapter that you just adopted, constitute violations impacting health and safety, which has 2 main effects. These violations will be given higher priority by code compliance, and such violations will not receive an opportunity to correct but go straight to a notice and order. When the notice and order is issued, the abatement period cannot exceed 10 days, and the time frame for appeal of a notice and order is reduced from 15 days to 10 days. The proposed enforcement ordinance includes a provision that it doesn't go into effect until the effective date of Chapter 17.67. And again, the recommendation is to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance.
Okay. Any questions of staff? Okay. This is not a public hearing, so it's just however you feel about it. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Anybody want to talk from the public on this issue? Go ahead. It's on enforcement. Okay. Come on up. You can't ask what we just did, okay?
I know.
Because I can't. I'm not sure I could tell you.
This is a historic day. Thank you all for working very hard. I have a question about this refers to the previous ordinance, the notarized letters for renters. It's to be given permission for growing by the landlord to the renters, and that is to be notarized in a letter. Is that correct?
Staff, can you answer that?
That relates to the ordinance that your board just adopted, and yes, it says if requested by an enforcing officer, that they'll obtain and provide a notarized letter.
Just for the public's sake, can you please tell me what that entails, getting a notarized letter for this purpose?
You get a notary to stamp the letter.
Okay. This doesn't have to be filed on any
No.
public.
No.
There will be no records kept that could be raided by the feds. These are questions that I get asked.
Okay.
Okay. So
No, it's a simple matter of the person that is writing the letter has to sign the letter in the presence of a notary public, and they have to have proof of identification and all that stuff. So and then it's mailed to the renter. There's no impact on the renter other than they have to deliver it to the county.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Rotifer, can I clarify? That's also a provision of the new state law as well.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome. Even better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions on the board of staff? Okay. Any public comment? I think I'm doing this twice. Come on up, sir.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question about the setback at 25.
Okay. We're kind of done with that. But
Okay,
go ahead and ask.
I'll
cut you some slack. Go
That
ahead.
goes to the enforcement
Okay.
part. I understand that. As long as your neighbor says they don't care, does it still have to be 25 foot? Can you get a release from your neighbor?
The setback is the setback. You need to comply with that.
So there's no variance. There's going to be no appeal, no variance, nothing you can do if your neighbor's growing too.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, just like for the public's notification, our code compliance is complaint-driven.
Exactly.
If we have no complaints, we will not be going out and investigating proactively.
You understood that, right, sir?
Yeah. Oh, I did understand it's complaint-driven.
Okay. Okay.
And it's a non-complaint.
Yes. Could be somebody driving by your property. Okay. Okay. Any board discussion? Can I get a motion, please?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, now can we go to item 12?
Reports.
And I'll start with you.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay. County Council.
Okay, so the last several weeks, Ms. Drovdahl and I attended the Planning Commission meeting on medical marijuana. She attended a land use legal update, and she wants to remind everybody that her Brown Act training is this Friday in the board chambers. Chris has been busy doing elections litigation work, dealing with airport issues, and also attended an airport conference for legal counsel. And as your board knows, I testified before the State Assembly Committees on Medical Marijuana. I attended your board retreat, and then yesterday I took part in a tree mortality task force meeting with representatives from the governor's office with other county councils to address legal issues with that emergency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pedro? Okay. Okay.
Just a short report. On Saturday, I attended a going away event for Jackie Pullum, our rec director at Grove Youth Center, and it's sad to lose a good employee, but I think she's going to further her education and move on. But again, I want to thank her for her service, and she did a great job for us while she was here. That's my report.
Okay. Supervisor Hanbelt?
Yes, sir. Quickly, 3 items, 2 of them related. One of them I didn't bring up during our medical marijuana discussion simply because it wasn't on the topic we were talking about growing, but you got a copy of an email from a lady who would like us to control if people are going to, their preferred use of it is to smoke it where they smoke it because this person complains about it being obnoxious. So I'll leave that there.
Can you speak into your mic?
And on the tree mortality issue, we just all need to continue to advocate that the private property owner problem continues to grow and becomes a problem, and we're advocating on that. And the other one is I have been requested to testify in front of the Assembly Natural Resources Committee, and I believe there's a budget hearing at the same time, co-meeting. I'm speaking along, the Assembly member in charge of the committee, Natural Resources, is Assemblymember Williams, and Assemblymember Bloom is the chairman of the Assembly Budget Subcommittee on Resources and Transportation joint meeting. Brandon Collins, from Research Forester from U.S. Forest Service Pacific Southwest Research Station, will be speaking. John Laird, Secretary of Natural Resources Agency for the Governor. Ashley Conrad, SEDA, Climate Policy and California Environmental Protection Agency. Ken Pimlott, myself, Craig Thomas, Randy Moore, David Bishel from California Forestry Association, Larry Camp from Forest Landowners, and the Pacific Forest Trust, Lori Wayburn, will all be speaking on February 22nd. End of report.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I'd like to report on a meeting I had with Larry Cope. We've been working with UC Merced, and Tuolumne County was awarded a capstone project grant, and we will have 5 senior students from UC Merced working with the Innovation Lab, specifically looking at byproducts out of the forest and trying to find different uses for them. So that's exciting to get some really energetic young minds that are engaged in those industries up here at the Innovation Lab, and they'll be doing a report out on this, I believe, in June. And on the 28th and 29th, need to go a week up, I'm sorry, that was our retreat. On the 21st and 22nd, I did attend the California Rangeland Coalition meeting and tour. We had a tour out on the rimfire, and then they held their meeting in Stockton. Very informational meeting with a lot of different groups and talking about a whole host of forest health issues. That's my report.
Okay. Everything that I did has already been reported on, either by Mr. Pedro earlier today or Supervisor Hanbelt. So I will dispense with my report. I just want to remind everybody that it is Groundhog Day, and he did see his shadow. So apparently we're going to have an early spring. And can you please read our closed session items?
Closed session, conference with Labor Counsel Craig Pedro and friend, Authority Government Code Section 549576, and conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D1. Colpack versus County of Tuolumne County Superior Court Case Number CV 59497.
Mr. Pedro, do we anticipate a report? No, it would be very quick. Okay. And County Counsel?
We expect to report out on the...
We do expect to report out. Okay. Is there any public comment on either one of the closed session items? Okay, we're going to recess to closed session. Thank you very much.